Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, shut your eyes if you need to, as you drift into the abyss of curiosity and shadow. Tonight, we're stepping into a place few dare to go, the mind of a serial killer. A realm where logic twists, empathy fades, and morality dissolves into obsession. This isn't horror fiction, it's psychology stripped of comfort. Together, we'll explore 40 unsettling truths about what drives some humans to kill again and again, and why, deep down, we can't stop wanting to understand them. You're standing in a dimly lit hallway, walls lined with newspaper clippings and mugshots, the air heavy with the scent of curiosity and dread. It's not blood that lures you here, it's fascination. Because somewhere between science and nightmare lies the question humanity never stops asking. Why do people kill again and again? Welcome to the labyrinth of serial killer psychology, a realm where empathy is optional and morality is just a rumor whispered in the dark. The first thing you notice when you peer into the mind of a serial killer isn't chaos. It's order. Chilling, meticulous, almost elegant order. Most people imagine killers as frenzied lunatics driven by rage or madness. The truth, forensic psychologists will tell you, is more unsettling. Many serial killers operate with eerie calm, as if following an internal manual written in cold logic. They don't act out of impulse. They plan, wait, and execute with precision that rivals military strategy. Their satisfaction doesn't come from the act itself, but from control. Every move calculated, every risk measured, every outcome anticipated. Control to them is life's only currency. Inside that control lies the first major fracture, emotional disconnection. In brain scans of psychopathic offenders, researchers often find diminished activity in the amygdala, the region responsible for fear and empathy. Imagine living in a world where other people's pain registers as background noise. To most of us, that's horror. To them, it's Tuesday. It's not that they don't understand emotion. They recognize it. They just don't feel it. They mimic it like an actor learning lines for a role. Smiles, tears, charm, props in a lifelong performance. You think they're normal because they've studied normal, and in studying it, they've mastered it. This mimicry gives rise to one of the most disturbing qualities in the serial killer mindset, the mask of normalcy. In clinical terms, it's adaptive social camouflage. To you, it looks like charisma. That coworker who always knows the right joke, that neighbor who waves kindly from his porch. Under the right circumstances, that charm can be weaponized. Forensic psychologists have long called this the halo effect of psychopathy, the ability to make others trust you without effort. It's not supernatural, it's studied, a lifetime of watching, listening, mirroring, until the disguise becomes indistinguishable from authenticity. And yet, under that perfect mask, there's emptiness, a psychological black hole where empathy should live. This absence fuels the second defining feature, grandiosity. Serial killers often see themselves as above morality, even above humanity. Rules are for other people, the lesser ones. Psychologists link this to a distorted form of narcissism called malignant self-idealization. In simple terms, they believe they're the only real person in the world. Everyone else, just background characters, replaceable, disposable, props in their private universe. To them, taking life isn't evil, it's expression, it's art, their own warped masterpiece painted on the canvas of consequence-free existence. That illusion of power becomes intoxicating. Dopamine, the brain's pleasure chemical, surges during acts of control and dominance, reinforcing the behavior. Neuroscientists studying psychopathy call this reward loop conditioning. To you, the idea of committing horrific acts triggers disgust. To them, it triggers pleasure, an internal applause that echoes long after the deed is done. This biochemical feedback creates addiction, not to violence itself, but to control, dominance, and the godlike feeling of shaping fate. That's the trap. The first act gives them a high, the next becomes necessary to maintain it, and thus a pattern is born, not out of rage, but reinforcement. Still, not every person with psychopathic traits becomes a killer. That's where environment joins the equation. The raw material may be biological, a brain wired for detachment, but the sculptor is experience. Childhood trauma, neglect, or prolonged exposure to abuse often act as the catalyst. A study in forensic psychiatry reveals that many convicted serial offenders share 3 early risk markers: emotional neglect, physical abuse, and inconsistent discipline. Together, they breed resentment, paranoia, and a worldview in which vulnerability equals danger. If love hurts, then power becomes the only safe substitute. And once that logic hardens, empathy becomes weakness, morality becomes fiction, and human connection is replaced with calculation. This is why criminal profilers often describe serial killers as engineers of emotion. They don't feel emotions, they design them in others. Fear, trust, dependency, all tools in a psychological toolbox. They become puppeteers, pulling invisible strings. And the audience? The rest of us, captivated by their performance, analyzing, documenting, even admiring their mystique. In a strange way, our fascination completes their cycle of control. The world keeps watching, they keep winning. But here's the paradox. For all their control, serial killers are often slaves to their impulses, to their cravings, to the fantasy loops spinning endlessly in their minds. Neuroscience calls this compulsive cognition, the brain's inability to disengage from obsessive thought patterns. What begins as fantasy mutates into compulsion. Over time, reality becomes secondary, a dull background hum beneath the constant replay of imagined domination. To them, fantasy is more vivid than truth, more satisfying than life. And eventually, fantasy demands reality's participation. In this sense, the serial in serial killer isn't about the crime. It's about the mindset. Repetition defines them. They repeat behaviors, rituals, and mental scripts like a broken record because each act never fully satisfies the craving. Each event is just another attempt to silence the noise inside their heads, a noise that never stops. And in that restless silence between acts, what they crave most isn't blood or fame. It's peace, a peace their biology will never grant them. Picture a brain like a city at night. In most of us, lights flicker everywhere. Empathy glowing in one district, fear blinking in another, morality humming through the streets. But in the mind of a psychopath, half the city's dark. The circuits of compassion shorted out long ago. What remains are the bright towers of logic, strategy, and self-interest shining against a void. It's not madness, it's imbalance. And it's that imbalance that fascinates neuroscientists and terrifies society. Take the prefrontal cortex, the brain's command center for impulse control and moral reasoning. Studies show reduced grey matter activity in this area among violent offenders with psychopathic traits. That means less internal braking power. When a normal person feels rage or desire, the prefrontal cortex says, "Stop, think." In psychopaths, that signal is weak or absent. The result? A person who acts without consequence, not because they don't know right from wrong, but because they don't care. Morality becomes trivia. This neurological signature creates a strange duality. Many killers know their actions are illegal. They can even describe morality intellectually, often better than average people. But those words are hollow, detached from emotion. They can define guilt, but never feel it. They mimic sadness, but never mourn. The brain knows the script. The heart refuses to perform. That's why investigators and psychologists often describe interviews with killers as unnervingly calm, like speaking to someone reciting weather reports about storms they caused. Still, the real key to understanding them lies not in pathology, but purpose. What do they seek? Psychologists classify motivations into a few recurring types: power, control, revenge, and sexual gratification. But beneath all of them lies one root: identity construction. For many serial offenders, acts of control become the only way to affirm existence. I kill, therefore I am. When your brain feels numb to normal life, intensity becomes the only proof that you're alive. It's not always hatred, it's hunger. Now, that hunger isn't constant chaos. It's ritualized. Every killer develops patterns, specific times, methods, even symbols. Behavioral analysts call these ritual behaviors distinct from the practical modus operandi. Rituals satisfy psychological needs, not practical ones. They're art forms of the deranged, a way to turn chaos into order. And while you and I might find comfort in routine, they find it in repetition that replays their fantasy over and over, chasing the same high they'll never reach again. It's a feedback loop of the damned: fantasy, fulfillment, frustration, repeat. Modern criminology views this through the lens of addiction psychology. The neurological patterns of serial offenders mirror those of substance addicts. Both exhibit tolerance, needing more for the same effect, and withdrawal, agitation between acts. Each offense floods the brain with dopamine and adrenaline. Each period of calm brings emptiness and craving. But unlike drugs, there's no rehab for this kind of addiction. You can cage the body, but the brain remains a furnace. Here's the twist most people miss. Not all serial killers are cold geniuses. Some are ordinary, even dull, outside their obsessions. The evil mastermind myth persists because it comforts us. We'd rather believe monsters are exceptional. But most are simply obsessive opportunists, shaped by a rare collision of biology and environment. They're not supernatural, they're statistically improbable. And that's what makes them terrifying. They could have been anyone. They are someone's neighbor, co-worker, or friend. Evil, it turns out, doesn't always wear a mask. Sometimes it smiles politely and blends in perfectly. What does all this mean for us? The watchers, the fascinated, the safe. It means the abyss we study isn't just about them. It's about reflection. Every time society peers into the mind of a killer, it's looking for reassurance that we're different, that we couldn't possibly be wired the same way. But neuroscience reminds us the line is thinner than comfort allows. Empathy, morality, conscience, these are functions, not guarantees. And in every human mind, the circuitry is fragile. So when you step out of that dark hallway, remember, what separates sanity from savagery isn't just goodness. It's wiring, chance, and the will to resist our darker instincts. The abyss doesn't always stare back. It sometimes mirrors. And in that reflection, the real fear begins. You don't start life as a monster. You start small, crying, hungry, searching for warmth. But somewhere between cradle and chaos, something breaks. Not always with noise. Sometimes it's a silent fracture, a hairline crack in the developing mind that no one notices until it's far too late. The story of every serial killer begins not with violence, but with absence, of nurture, of safety, of connection. Childhood is a laboratory where empathy is built. In most of us, comfort teaches compassion. You cry, someone soothes you, and the brain learns that other people matter. But in the early lives of many who grow into killers, that experiment fails. Neglect, humiliation, or outright abuse interrupts the circuitry. The child learns a darker lesson, that love is unreliable, pain is permanent, and control is survival. Psychologists call this attachment disturbance. It's the emotional equivalent of building a house without a foundation. It may stand for a while, but one good storm, and it collapses. Inside that collapse, something new takes root, rage without direction. At first, it's just frustration, a tantrum no one answers, a need never met. Over years, that rage calcifies into identity. A child who cannot command love learns to command attention instead. Power becomes the substitute for affection. Control replaces connection. The early warning signs read like a tragic pattern repeated across decades of case studies. Chronic lying, cruelty to animals, fascination with fire, thrill in deception. It's not destiny, but it's data. Each act rehearses dominance, a micro-lesson in how control feels when everything else feels empty. Neuroscience gives this story shape. The prefrontal cortex, that delicate conductor of impulse and moral judgment, doesn't fully develop until the mid-20s. In children exposed to trauma, stress hormones flood the brain, interrupting this process. The amygdala becomes hyper-reactive, constantly scanning for threat, while the empathy circuits go dim. It's evolution misfiring. A brain built to survive the jungle, still operating in a household war zone. By adulthood, the result is emotional callous, a permanent armor against vulnerability. But not every traumatized child becomes a killer, which means trauma alone isn't the villain. Genetics and temperament play their parts. Some children are born with low fear response, measurable even in infancy through reduced startle reflex. To most of us, fear keeps us in check. To them, it's background static. Combine that fearlessness with chronic rejection, and you get a personality that sees risk as sport and pain as proof of existence. Forensic psychologists sometimes call this the danger-reward loop. Where others flinch, they feel alive. The social world notices something's off, but rarely understands it. Teachers label them troubled. Parents vacillate between pity and punishment. They learn early that remorse can be faked and consequences negotiated. Lying becomes language. Every deception that works confirms the same internal rule. Truth is weakness. By adolescence, the persona is set. A charming manipulator, fluent in guilt, but illiterate in empathy. Then comes fantasy. The mind of a budding predator is a movie theater with no exit. Images loop endlessly. Scenarios of control, humiliation reversed, dominance achieved. These aren't yet plans. They're coping mechanisms. When reality offers no power, imagination provides unlimited supply. Over time, the fantasy fuses with identity. The child no longer dreams of power. They become power in their mind. And when the external world refuses to cooperate, that imagination starts demanding real-world proof. Developmental psychologists describe this as narcissistic compensation, the psyche inflating itself to protect against the crushing weight of insignificance. I am special becomes the private mantra. I am destined. It sounds grandiose, but underneath lies fear, the terror of being invisible, forgotten, unworthy. Every future act of domination will serve to silence that fear, even if only for a heartbeat. The household backdrop varies. Sometimes strict religion, sometimes total chaos, sometimes quiet indifference. But the emotional script stays the same. They learn that trust is a trap, tenderness a lie, and rules exist only for fools. Discipline becomes cruelty, affection becomes leverage. In that environment, empathy dies not in an explosion, but in a slow suffocation. By the teenage years, the behavioral profile crystallizes. You might see brilliance paired with boredom. School becomes theater, authority, an opponent to outwit. They mimic friendship, charm teachers, manipulate peers. They test boundaries because boundaries are the only things that make them feel. Each rule broken is a pulse of life. And somewhere inside, the fantasy of control starts to merge with physical reality through cruelty to animals, bullying, or secret acts of destruction. These are not random behaviors, they're rehearsals. Each one whispers, "You matter," when you dominate. When psychologists interview such individuals later, they often describe their childhood in detached tones. Not anger, just analysis, as if recounting a stranger's biography. That's the hallmark of the emerging psychopathic mindset, emotion replaced by observation. Life is data, people are patterns, morality is math. And yet, behind that analytical detachment lies longing. A killer's origin isn't pure evil, it's malformed desire, the desire to belong, to control, to stop hurting. Every act that follows in adulthood is just the echo of a child screaming into a void that never answered back. You think empathy is automatic, an emotional reflex that flickers the moment you see pain. For most people, it is. A cry triggers concern, a wince invites comfort, and the mind, almost instinctively, mirrors another's feeling. But for some, the mirror never turns on. It isn't shattered or missing. It's simply dark. That darkness is where the study of serial killer psychology begins. Not with cruelty, but with absence. Neuroscientists have mapped the geography of compassion. The amygdala flashes like a warning beacon when someone else suffers. The anterior cingulate and the insula light up with shared sensation. The brain's way of saying, "That could be me." In psychopathic personalities, those regions stay dim. It isn't that they don't understand pain. They just experience it as information. Empathy becomes an equation, not a feeling. Stimulus in, data out, no emotional response attached. Forensic researchers often describe this as cognitive empathy without effective empathy. In plain terms, they can read emotions as well as anyone, sometimes better, but they don't feel them. Imagine hearing music, recognizing the melody, yet never sensing the rhythm. They can describe sadness, but never inhabit it. That's why interviews with high psychopathy individuals often feel unnervingly calm. They recount events that would traumatize others with the tone of a weather report. It's not denial, it's distance. From a biological perspective, this detachment serves as armor. Childhood trauma, chronic stress, or genetic variants can dull the amygdala's response over time. The result is an emotional callus, sensitivity replaced by analysis. When that pattern forms early, the person grows up reading people the way hunters read tracks, efficiently, strategically, without sentiment. Every expression becomes data. Fear indicates control. Trust signals opportunity. Psychologists studying the dark triad, psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism, note that the first component, psychopathy, is defined precisely by this emotional void. But the void doesn't feel empty to the person who has it. It feels quiet, peaceful. Where others drown in feeling, they navigate still water. That calm becomes identity. I'm not cold, I'm strong. Over time, that belief hardens into pride, and pride breeds superiority. If emotion makes others weak, then detachment must make you powerful. This internal logic builds the narcissistic layer of the killer's psychology, the conviction that they operate on a higher plane, free from the petty anxieties that plague ordinary minds. To them, empathy looks inefficient, even foolish. Why waste energy on someone else's misery when you could spend it perfecting control? But nature dislikes extremes. What seems like calm is really imbalance. In studies using galvanic skin response, the measure of sweat glands reacting to emotional stimuli, psychopathic subjects show flat lines where others spike. Their bodies stay quiet even when confronted with distressing images, yet present them with potential gain. Money, advantage, power, and those same senses flare. The system isn't broken, it's redirected. The emotional energy that fuels compassion in most people fuels ambition in them. This rerouting creates the illusion of confidence. Picture a conversation between a normal brain and a psychopathic one. When challenged, the average person's pulse quickens, adrenaline clouds judgment. The psychopath's remains steady. They think clearly while everyone else flounders. That composure is magnetic. People trust calm. They mistake absence of anxiety for strength, not realizing it's a physiological vacancy. Inside that vacancy, though, is quiet confusion. Psychologists who've spent years interviewing such individuals describe moments when the mask slips, not into remorse, but into curiosity. They ask, what does guilt feel like? Not because they miss it, but because they've never truly known it. Some mimic empathy consciously, studying facial cues, copying tone. Others do it instinctively, like linguistic fluency acquired through observation. In either case, the performance becomes survival. Society expects feeling, they supply the illusion. The cost of that illusion is disconnection. Relationships built on mimicry can't satisfy emotional hunger because the hunger isn't emotional. It's existential. What they seek isn't love. It's confirmation that they exist. Each manipulation, each conquest becomes proof of life, a pulse of validation in an otherwise flat internal world. That's why forensic psychologists often call this stage emotional parasitism. Drawing meaning from others' reactions because genuine feeling no longer supplies it. You might wonder why neuroscience can't simply fix this. Stimulate the amygdala, repair empathy, problem solved. But the brain isn't a circuit board. It's a biography. Years of reinforcement carve grooves that can't be rewired overnight. Therapy can teach awareness, even behavior control, but it can't manufacture emotion. You can't download empathy like an app. Still, understanding the void doesn't excuse it, it explains it. And explanation is how psychology turns horror into data. Every scan, every interview, every clinical note is another step toward preventing the next mind from collapsing into that same abyss. So when you stare into the concept of broken empathy, remember it isn't simply evil at work. It's malfunction, a human system rerouted toward self-interest until the rest of humanity fades from view. The frightening part isn't that such minds exist. It's that their wiring begins only a few degrees away from our own. You might think of empathy as a single emotion, but it's more like a network, a web of perception, feeling, and action working in sync. In healthy minds, that network lights up automatically. We see distress, we feel a tug, we respond. In the emotionally detached psyche, the wiring remains, but the current barely flows. The result isn't cruelty so much as neutrality. Where others react, they analyze. Where others comfort, they calculate. Forensic psychology describes this state as affective disconnection. It's the missing bridge between recognition and response. The person still identifies sadness or fear in another's face, but experiences it as data without resonance. That gap widens over time until emotion becomes translation, decoding expressions without ever hearing the music behind them. Researchers testing this phenomenon often use functional MRI scans while subjects view emotional imagery. Ordinary participants show synchronized activation in the limbic system and prefrontal cortex, meaning they both feel and process emotion. Psychopathic subjects, in contrast, exhibit delayed or muted activity in those same regions. The brain notices, but the heart doesn't answer. It's empathy seen through glass, visible, unreachable, sterile. Outwardly, this absence masquerades as composure. Detachment looks like control, and control is seductive. In professional settings, such individuals rise quickly. They make hard choices without hesitation, negotiate without guilt, lead without fatigue. But beneath that efficiency lies a deficit invisible to the resume, an inability to connect meaningfully. Relationships become transactions. Friendships fade into strategic alliances. Love turns theoretical, a concept discussed rather than felt. The internal narrative adjusts to make sense of this emptiness. I'm independent, the mind insists. I don't need anyone. Independence sounds noble, but here it's camouflage for isolation. When nothing penetrates emotionally, self-sufficiency becomes necessity. Loneliness hides behind language about freedom and strength. Clinical interviews reveal another paradox. Despite emotional flatness, many report chronic boredom and restlessness. Without empathy's color palette, experience dulls. The world shrinks to grayscale. To feel something, anything, they chase stimulation, risk, novelty, psychological games. The behavior looks reckless from outside, but functions as self-medication for numbness. Each surge of adrenaline briefly substitutes for real feeling. Then it fades, and the search resumes. In therapy, the pattern unfolds predictably. Asked to imagine how another person feels, they describe thoughts instead of emotions. She's disappointed because her expectations weren't met, not she's hurt. The distinction seems small, but it exposes the divide between intellectual understanding and emotional resonance. Teaching empathy here means teaching translation, how to interpret the signals the body never learned to read. Progress is slow, measured in moments rather than transformations. Neuroscientists suspect a partial remedy in mirror neuron training, encouraging attention to subtle emotional cues through repeated social feedback. Over time, the brain can form new associative links, if not true emotion, then at least accurate imitation. It's a pragmatic kind of compassion, behaving kindly even when the feeling isn't spontaneous. Society survives on such compromise. Still, imitation has limits. Acting concerned is not the same as caring, and most who live inside this void know it. Late at night, introspection creeps in. Why don't I feel what others feel? That question isn't remorse, it's confusion. They observe empathy the way astronomers observe light from distant stars, proof that warmth exists somewhere, unreachable yet undeniably real. This realization can lead to two paths. Some retreat deeper into detachment, convinced emotion is weakness. Others become curious, seeking to understand the machinery they lack. In that curiosity lies the faint outline of change. Not redemption, but awareness, the first small light in the dark mirror of self. Understanding these mechanisms matters beyond pathology. Broken empathy isn't confined to extreme cases, it exists on a spectrum. Modern life, saturated with screens and speed, numbs even ordinary minds. The more we analyze, the less we feel. Studying those who've lost empathy entirely reminds us to guard our own. The mind without empathy is efficient but empty, a calculator humming in an echo chamber. It solves problems, wins arguments, commands respect, yet never feels the warmth of connection that makes those victories worth having. And so the lesson echoes quietly. Strength without compassion isn't power. It's vacancy dressed as virtue. Every mind is wired to chase reward. For most people it's simple, a laugh shared, a goal achieved, a moment of belonging. Dopamine flares, the brain applauds, and you feel alive. But in certain personalities, that applause system is rewired. Ordinary satisfactions barely register, only extremes break through the static. What begins as curiosity about power can evolve into dependency on it. Control becomes the new currency of pleasure. Neuroscientists trace this to the brain's mesolimbic pathway, the circuit that connects the ventral tegmental area to the nucleus accumbens, sometimes called the pleasure highway. When we experience success, this pathway releases dopamine, teaching us to repeat the behavior that earned it. In those with high psychopathic or antisocial traits, imaging studies show an overactive response to anticipation and a muted response to satisfaction. In other words, they crave more than they enjoy. The chase excites them. The catch barely matters. This imbalance turns life into pursuit. Every negotiation, every argument, every manipulation carries the promise of that chemical spark. It's not the reward they want, it's the moment before the reward, the suspense, the build-up of tension. Psychologists call it reward prediction error, the difference between expected and actual payoff. For thrill seekers and predators alike, that difference is intoxicating. At a behavioral level, this plays out as relentless escalation. What gave them satisfaction yesterday feels dull today. They push limits not out of rebellion, but necessity, the same neurochemical tolerance that drives any addiction. This is why forensic psychiatrists often describe chronic manipulators and offenders as dopamine junkies. Their brains demand intensity the way others crave safety. The cultural world mistakes this for confidence or charisma. In business, politics, or relationships, the same circuitry can produce magnetic leaders, people who radiate certainty because uncertainty barely touches them. The drive that propels ambition and creativity in one person can, in another context, become obsession with control. Biology doesn't judge motive. It just fires neurons. Functional MRI studies reveal that during strategic games, high psychopathy participants show surges in the ventral striatum, the reward hub, whenever they gain advantage over opponents. It isn't the money or victory itself. It's the act of domination that triggers pleasure. Power is their dopamine. That neurological pattern explains why some individuals seem addicted to winning even when the stakes are meaningless. They're not after success, they're after sensation. This chemical hunger has psychological consequences. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for long-term planning and moral reasoning, often under-communicates with the limbic system in such personalities. The result is foresight without foresense. They can plan brilliantly, but feel nothing about consequences. Decision-making becomes transactional. If emotion is muted and reward blinding, empathy loses its voice. From a therapeutic angle, this makes rehabilitation complex. Traditional counseling relies on emotional insight, guilt, regret, empathy to motivate change. For someone whose brain treats dominance as pleasure, those emotions lack currency. Modern programs focus instead on cognitive reconditioning, linking genuine rewards to prosocial behaviors, achievement through skill, recognition through contribution, control through self-mastery. It's slow work, rewiring motivation one small victory at a time. The paradox is striking. The same dopamine system that fuels art, invention, and exploration can also feed manipulation and exploitation. The line dividing inspiration from obsession isn't moral, it's chemical. The difference lies in how feedback is interpreted. Where one brain learns connection feels good, another learns control feels good. Both chase reward. Only one includes compassion in the loop. You can see this everywhere once you know the pattern. In corporate boardrooms, in politics, even in social media culture. The constant pursuit of likes, status, influence mirrors the same neurological rhythm. Anticipation, release, emptiness, repeat. The world itself begins to behave like a high-functioning addict, always refreshing the feed for another micro-dose of validation. Understanding this doesn't excuse destructive behavior, but it demystifies it. Pleasure, stripped to biology, is neutral. It's what we tie it to that defines morality. The predator's mind isn't a separate species, it's an exaggerated version of the human reward system we all share. In every scroll, every ambition, every small thrill of control, we glimpse a fraction of that circuitry at work. Awareness turns fascination into vigilance. So the next time you feel that rush of triumph, the email answered, the challenge met, the argument won, pause. Notice the warmth in your chest, the subtle hum of dopamine rewarding success. Then remember, that same hum in another mind can become a storm. The difference between satisfaction and obsession is simply knowing when to stop chasing. Power is rarely about strength, it's about sensation. Every human brain is built to register feedback from control, steering a conversation, shaping an outcome, bending uncertainty into order. The reward system interprets that mastery as safety. But in certain personalities, safety and pleasure fuse so tightly that control itself becomes intoxicating. Neuroscience shows why. When people succeed at influencing events, the dopaminergic midbrain activates just as it would for food or affection. It's the mind's way of saying, keep doing that. It works. In those who lean toward dominance, the loop never quiets. Success releases dopamine. Dopamine fuels more pursuit. Pursuit reinforces the identity of the one in charge. What begins as satisfaction becomes circuitry. Psychologists call this instrumental reinforcement. Each small victory rewires expectation. Power feels good, therefore more power must feel better. Over years, that belief matures into worldview. Relationships become hierarchies, cooperation becomes contest, empathy becomes optional. The person stops asking, "What do we need?" and starts asking, "Who's winning?" This process mirrors addiction in structure, if not in substance. In both cases, the brain recalibrates its baseline. Ordinary moments feel dull, requiring ever greater stimulation to trigger pleasure. For the reward-driven mind, that stimulation arrives through risk, financial, emotional, or social. The stakes must rise, or the chemistry falls silent. Inside organizations, such people often shine early. They volunteer for high-pressure tasks, thrive under scrutiny, and radiate energy. The adrenaline that unsettles others focuses them. Teams mistake this arousal for vision, unaware that the leader's calm masks hunger. The boardroom becomes laboratory, negotiations as experiments, colleagues as variables. Control isn't malicious here. It's mechanical, the brain chasing equilibrium through dominance. In therapy, clinicians describe a distinct pattern: reward displacement. Genuine satisfaction, connection, creativity, curiosity has been replaced by symbolic control. The person may achieve enormous external success while privately describing emptiness. They can command, persuade, accumulate, yet still wake feeling flat. The system that once rewarded accomplishment now demands intensity for its own sake. Modern neuroscience links this to desensitization of the nucleus accumbens, the pleasure hub. Continuous dopamine floods dull receptor sensitivity. The same signal that once screamed joy now whispers. The individual interprets the silence as boredom and unconsciously seeks louder stimuli, more risk, higher stakes, deeper control. It's not greed, it's neurology trying to hear itself. Some researchers propose mindfulness-based interventions to interrupt this loop. Training awareness of bodily cues, heartbeat, breath, tension, can resensitize the system to subtle rewards. Small successes, genuine cooperation, even quiet moments begin to register again. The goal isn't to erase ambition, but to diversify pleasure, teaching the brain that calm can feel as good as conquest. On a societal level, this mechanism explains much of modern restlessness. Digital platforms amplify the same reward circuitry, offering constant microdoses of validation. likes, views, wins, they're miniature control moments, each delivering a flicker of dopamine. The culture begins to mirror the reward-addicted mind, always chasing, rarely satisfied. Understanding the neurochemistry behind that chase might be the first defense against it. In the end, the pleasure principle isn't evil. It's elemental. It drives learning, love, innovation, and also obsession. The distinction lies in balance, the capacity to let satisfaction settle instead of turning it into pursuit. For the mind built on control, that balance feels foreign, even frightening, because peace requires surrender. And surrender to a brain addicted to dominance feels like extinction. But surrender isn't death. It's recalibration. It's the moment the nervous system learns that quiet can reward, that empathy can satisfy, that power without connection is just noise in an empty room. Reaching that understanding, biologically, psychologically, spiritually, isn't punishment. It's evolution reclaiming harmony from hunger. You've met them before. The people who glide through conversations like polished mirrors, reflecting exactly what you want to see. Their laughter lands on cue, their concern feels rehearsed yet convincing, their presence oddly magnetic. To most observers, they appear confident and charming. Beneath that surface, however, lies one of the most fascinating adaptations in human psychology, the crafted facade known as the mask of normalcy. Forensic psychologists use that phrase to describe the ability of individuals with limited empathy to simulate emotional depth so precisely that the performance becomes indistinguishable from authenticity. It isn't mere acting, it's survival strategy. From childhood, these personalities learn that emotions are social currency. They may not feel the currency's true value, but they know how to spend it. The smile becomes a signature, the handshake, a transaction. Neuroscience offers a clue to how this happens. Functional imaging shows that when most people experience genuine emotion, networks involving both the amygdala and the orbitofrontal cortex activate together, feeling paired with evaluation. In psychopathy studies, emotional cues trigger more activity in cognitive regions and less in affective ones. The brain substitutes calculation for feeling. Yet, outwardly, the body language, tone, and timing appear flawless because those cues are learned through observation. This imitation becomes a kind of emotional literacy. Picture a student fluent in a language they've never heard spoken, relying on grammar rules rather than rhythm. They can write perfectly, but struggle with poetry. The emotionally detached mind does the same. It translates empathy into syntax, not song. Over time, the performance refines through feedback. What wins trust? What earns affection? What opens doors? The actor learns the audience better than the audience knows itself. Such mastery of presentation carries obvious advantages. In workplaces, these individuals often excel in leadership or sales roles where composure and persuasion are rewarded. Charm disarms scrutiny. Confidence builds loyalty. The absence of visible anxiety radiates authority. Colleagues describe them as unflappable, unaware that the calm they admire is neurological stillness rather than self-control. Socially, the mask deepens. They study micro-expressions, the half-second flicker of doubt, the upward glance of interest, and mirror them back with precision. People interpret that mirroring as rapport. It's biology playing theatre, mirror neurons firing in one brain to imitate the signals of another. The difference is that in most of us, the echo sparks feeling. Here, it sparks strategy. Yet, living behind a mask has a cost. Maintaining the illusion demands constant cognitive effort. Every interaction becomes a script to memorize, every friendship a role to sustain. In quiet moments, many describe fatigue not as emotion but as emptiness, the mental exhaustion of endless performance. Clinical literature calls this identity strain, when persona and self blur until even the actor forgets which expression is real. Therapists working with such clients often note an intriguing contradiction. When asked to drop the mask, they respond with fear rather than relief. Vulnerability feels like exposure, exposure like threat. The facade isn't deception anymore, it's armor. Without it, they risk confronting the very emotions they spent years suppressing: shame, insecurity, longing. So they tighten the mask instead, perfecting the illusion of normalcy until it convinces even them. From a cultural perspective, this phenomenon extends beyond pathology. Modern life rewards curated presentation, social media profiles, professional branding, put together personas. The same psychological principle that protects a manipulative mind sustains everyday self-image. We all edit reality to be more palatable. The difference is degree. Most can remove the mask at home, others never can. Understanding this behavior reframes the idea of deceit. It isn't always malicious. For some, it's adaptation to a world that prizes appearance over authenticity. For others, it's compensation for an emotional frequency they cannot naturally tune to. The mask keeps them functional, employable, admired, even loved in a conditional way. The paradox is that the mask of normalcy both hides and reveals. It conceals emotional emptiness, but also showcases human ingenuity, the brain's relentless drive to survive social ecosystems, even when empathy fails. In its reflection, we glimpse a distorted truth about ourselves. Authenticity may be natural, but performance is universal. The most unsettling thing about the mask of normalcy is how well it works. The performance can last decades, woven so tightly into daily life that even professionals mistake charm for character. To the outside world, these individuals seem socially gifted, charismatic leaders, witty conversationalists, the people who can walk into any room and command it. What no one sees is the rehearsal behind the smile. Psychologists describe this as strategic social mimicry. Each interaction becomes a study in stimulus and response. They note what tone earns trust, what gesture signals empathy, which words soften suspicion. Over time, these patterns crystallize into habit. The person doesn't consciously decide to charm. The mind runs scripts refined by years of observation. It's a kind of emotional algorithm: input compassion, output compliance. Neuroscience explains the efficiency of this routine. The prefrontal cortex handles executive control and planning. The temporal parietal junction helps interpret others' intentions. In individuals high on the psychopathy scale, these cognitive networks remain sharp, even hyperactive. The emotional systems that generate genuine concern may be quiet, but the reasoning circuits stay loud. The result is intelligence decoupled from conscience, an ability to predict feeling without experiencing it. In interviews, many describe relationships in transactional language. They don't say, "I love," they say, "I invest." Affection becomes strategy. Give attention, receive loyalty, withdraw it, test control. Friends and partners often recall an early honeymoon phase of intensity followed by sudden detachment. That oscillation isn't malice, it's mathematics. Once security is achieved, curiosity fades. The brain's reward system registers completion, not connection. Over years, maintaining facades fragments the self. The public persona flourishes while the private identity withers from neglect. Some report moments of eerie disorientation, looking in the mirror and feeling nothing, as if the reflection belongs to a role rather than a person. Clinicians call this depersonalization, a protective state where detachment numbs anxiety but erodes authenticity. Paradoxically, that hollowness can deepen the need for performance. If you can't feel connection, you compensate by proving influence. Attention becomes evidence of existence. This is why manipulative personalities often seek high-visibility arenas: leadership, entertainment, politics. Admiration substitutes for intimacy. Applause drowns out silence. Yet cracks appear. Under sustained stress, the cognitive control that keeps the mask in place begins to falter. Small inconsistencies slip through, momentary flashes of irritation, incongruent expressions, a delayed emotional cue. Most observers dismiss them as quirks, but perceptive ones sense the absence beneath the surface. When the mask slips completely, the contrast shocks. Warmth replaced by vacancy, charm by calculation. Therapeutic work with such individuals focuses on authentic emotional recognition. Through mindfulness, role-play, and feedback, they learn to notice physical sensations linked to emotion. Tight chest for anxiety, warmth for kindness. It's painstaking work, teaching the brain to associate bodily states with empathy rather than control. Progress rarely means sudden compassion. It means awareness. Awareness is the first seed of change. Culturally, the mask resonates because it mirrors ordinary life. Modern society encourages curated identities, polished profiles, practiced smiles, professional detachment. The manipulative mind merely exaggerates what culture normalizes. That's the unsettling reflection. Authenticity is fragile for everyone. Understanding the mask doesn't absolve deceit, it contextualizes it. It shows how intellect compensates for emotional deficit, how survival rewrites sincerity. It also offers a warning. When admiration matters more than understanding, when performance replaces presence, we drift toward the same vacancy, feeling less, displaying more. The mask of normalcy, then, isn't only a pathology, it's a metaphor. It reminds us that humanity's greatest disguise is competence without compassion. And perhaps the cure begins where the mask ends, in the quiet courage of genuine feeling, unpolished, imperfect, real. Obsession begins quietly. It's the whisper of a thought that refuses to leave, the mental echo that hums even when the world around you moves on. Everyone experiences it. Replaying an argument, double-checking a lock, scrolling a feed long after meaning fades. For most, those moments pass. For some, they become architecture. The mind builds entire corridors around the thought until every hallway leads back to it. Neuroscience locates this persistence in the cortico-striato-thalamocortical loop, a feedback circuit connecting the orbitofrontal cortex, basal ganglia, and thalamus. In a healthy brain, the loop opens and closes like a gate. A concern arises, action resolves it, the signal quiets. In obsessive minds, the gate jams. The thalamus keeps sending check again messages long after the task is complete. The result is mental static, repetition without relief. Psychologists describe obsession as intrusive cognition, thoughts experienced as involuntary and resistant to dismissal. They're not always dark. Sometimes they're mundane, numbers, rituals, routines. What matters is the grip. The more a person fights the thought, the stronger it becomes, like quicksand fed by resistance. Compulsion is the behavioral counterpart, the act performed to silence the noise. Together they form a closed system. Fear sparks ritual. Ritual feeds temporary calm. Calm decays into fear again. For individuals high in psychopathic or narcissistic traits, obsession often takes a different shape. Instead of anxiety, it's control hunger, a fixation on mastering variables. Where the anxious mind obsesses to reduce uncertainty, the dominant mind obsesses to extend influence. The neural loop is the same, only the motive shifts. The thought that won't fade isn't, "Did I do something wrong?" but "How can I make this perfect?" or "How can I stay ahead?" Functional MRI studies reveal that during obsessive focus, the anterior cingulate cortex, responsible for error detection, lights up as if signaling constant alarm. In perfectionistic or manipulative personalities, that alarm becomes identity. They interpret its tension as purpose. Rest feels like failure. The brain's chemistry rewards completion but punishes stillness, flooding the system with dopamine for progress and cortisol for pause. It's a neurochemical treadmill, always running, never arriving. This internal motion can produce extraordinary productivity. Many innovators and leaders share obsessive traits, the capacity to tunnel vision on a goal until detail and discipline become art forms. But when balance tilts, that same focus consumes perspective. Relationships narrow, empathy dulls, and life outside the target blurs. What began as dedication mutates into dependency, the need to keep the loop spinning because silence feels intolerable. Cognitive behavioral theorists call this reinforcement by relief. Every time a compulsion momentarily soothes anxiety, the brain learns that ritual equals safety. The pattern ingrains itself like a reflex. Over time, the trigger expands. More tasks, more checking, more control. The underlying emotion, fear, stress, emptiness, never resolves because the behavior treats the symptom, not the cause. In the psychodynamic view, obsession acts as armor. By focusing on a controllable detail, cleanliness, precision, success, the mind avoids confronting uncontrollable emotions like grief or shame. For the emotionally detached, this strategy becomes almost elegant. Instead of feeling, they think. Instead of connecting, they calculate. The result is an illusion of mastery built on avoidance. Therapists working with obsessive clients often encounter thought-action fusion, the belief that thinking something makes it real or dangerous. It's the brain's superstition. If I imagine loss, I must prevent it. In high-control personalities, that fusion morphs into magical reasoning about achievement. If I visualize perfection constantly, imperfection cannot touch me. The mental rehearsal becomes compulsion disguised as discipline. Physiologically, obsession taxes the default mode network, the system responsible for internal reflection. When trapped in loops, the network shows hyperconnectivity, too many neurons talking at once. The result is cognitive noise, an unending internal monologue. Mindfulness research shows that deliberate attention shifting, anchoring thought to breath or sensation, can quiet the loop by re-engaging the salience network, which decides what deserves focus. Essentially, the brain must relearn how to let go. But letting go terrifies the obsessive mind. Control equals safety, surrender equals threat. Even minor uncertainty feels like free fall. That's why exposure therapy, the gradual guided experience of not performing a ritual, works slowly. The patient learns, moment by moment, that anxiety peaks and then subsides on its own. Relief no longer depends on repetition. In neurological terms, the brain rewrites its prediction model. Nothing bad happened, even when I stopped. In forensic psychology, similar mechanisms appear in manipulative or compulsive offenders, not in their acts, but in their cognitive rigidity. They repeat strategies that once worked, unable to adapt when circumstances change. The obsession isn't with harm, it's with pattern fidelity. The same plan, the same thrill, the same sense of order. Understanding this rigidity helps experts predict behavior and design interventions that target flexibility rather than punishment. Culturally, obsession often earns admiration. We romanticize the driven artist, the tireless entrepreneur, the perfectionist leader. The boundary between passion and pathology blurs easily because both share intensity. The difference lies in choice. Passion chooses focus. Obsession is enslaved by it. From an existential view, obsession reflects the human struggle with impermanence. We repeat to preserve, to deny that everything ends. The mind clings to ritual as proof of control over a chaotic universe. In moderation, that drive builds civilization. In excess, it builds prisons made of thought. Understanding these loops doesn't require pathology. It requires empathy. The obsessive mind isn't alien, it's our own need for certainty amplified. When you double-check a message or replay a conversation, you glimpse the same circuitry whispering, "Be sure." Awareness interrupts the spiral. Curiosity replaces fear. In the quiet that follows, something remarkable happens. The brain, deprived of its constant hum, begins to feel again. The absence of obsession isn't emptiness, it's space, room for genuine focus, creativity, connection. For those who live by compulsion, that space feels foreign at first, even frightening. But it's the first sign of freedom. Proof that peace can exist without repetition. The science of obsession teaches a paradox that applies to everyone. Control feels like safety, yet true safety arises from flexibility. The more we grip, the more life wriggles free. Letting go is not weakness, it's the ultimate act of mastery, trusting the mind to survive uncertainty without ritual. In that trust lies the quiet antidote to compulsion. The realization that balance, not control, is what keeps us whole. Obsession always promises order. It whispers that if you can just think one more thought, make one more list, replay one more plan, the universe will finally stay still. The irony is that the chase for stillness becomes the motion itself. For the obsessive mind, peace is a horizon that recedes with every step. Cognitive neuroscience calls this cycle the persistence loop. Activity in the orbitofrontal cortex, where evaluation and correction live, feeds directly into the striatum, which handles habit formation. When uncertainty spikes, the loop engages like an engine revving. In most people, it idles down once reassurance arrives. In those with obsessive tendencies, the throttle sticks. The brain keeps scanning for threat long after the threat is gone. It's vigilance detached from context. That vigilance isn't always anxious. In the emotionally blunted or dominance-oriented psyche, it feels more like precision. The individual mistakes vigilance for excellence. "I'm thorough," they tell themselves. "I just care about details." What they're really describing is the mind's inability to rest between tasks. Completion never feels complete. The brain registers success only as temporary relief from tension, not as satisfaction. When relief fades, the next target appears. Clinical research distinguishes between adaptive and maladaptive obsession. Adaptive obsession powers scientists, artists, surgeons, people who channel repetition into refinement. Maladaptive obsession hijacks purpose, narrowing life to ritual. The dividing line is flexibility. When the system can pivot, obsession becomes discipline. When it can't, discipline becomes prison. Inside therapy rooms, this rigidity reveals itself through language. Obsessive clients speak in absolutes, always, never, must, can't. The vocabulary mirrors neural patterning, binary, repetitive, certain. The therapist's task is to reintroduce ambiguity, the grey space the brain has deleted. Mindfulness, paradoxically, teaches uncertainty as comfort. Notice the thought, don't wrestle it, let it pass. Over time, the amygdala learns that uncertainty isn't danger, it's texture. From a biochemical view, chronic obsession depletes serotonin, the neurotransmitter linked with mood regulation and impulse control. Low serotonin means less braking power. Thoughts accelerate unchecked. That's why selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which increase available serotonin, often reduce obsessive symptoms, not by erasing thoughts, but by slowing their spin. The mind gets time to choose a new path before the old one repeats. Yet medication alone can't rewrite meaning. The deeper work lies in re-engineering reward. In the obsessive brain, relief feels like reward. In the balanced brain, curiosity does. Cognitive behavioral exercises train curiosity by reframing the loop as a question rather than a command. What's this thought trying to protect me from? The moment curiosity enters, compulsion weakens. Curiosity and fear can't occupy the same neural real estate. For those high in control-seeking traits, obsession often hides beneath achievement. Success validates repetition. Society applauds the grind. The danger is subtle. The applause reinforces pathology. Colleagues call it drive. Family calls it dedication. But inside, restlessness hums. Nights stretch long because stillness feels like loss of traction. The person keeps moving, not toward joy, but away from unease. Neuroscientists liken this to error signal addiction. The anterior cingulate cortex constantly checks for mistakes, rewarding itself with dopamine when it corrects one. The correction feels good, so the brain seeks more errors to fix. Eventually, perfectionism becomes its own stimulant. The person no longer solves problems to improve reality. They create problems to sustain momentum. It's efficiency turned inside out. Culturally, obsession is seductive because it mirrors productivity myths. We celebrate those who never stop, who outwork everyone. The obsessive mind becomes a cultural hero until burnout exposes the cost. Studies on workaholism show similar neural patterns to clinical obsession: heightened cortisol, reduced prefrontal control, impaired empathy. The nervous system confuses motion with meaning. In contrast, ancient contemplative traditions approached obsession as imbalance between focus and awareness. Focus narrows attention, awareness widens it. Healthy cognition alternates between the two. Obsession locks focus on repeat, starving awareness. Meditation practices train the opposite. Expand the frame until the thought loses weight. Modern neuroscience now maps this as reduced activity in the default mode network during mindfulness. The brain literally quiets the inner narrator that fuels loops. Some therapists translate this insight into practical terms. Teach the obsessive brain to schedule uncertainty. They assign worry periods, 15-minute windows where the client can think freely about whatever arises, then stop. At first, the mind rebels, but structure gradually restores hierarchy. The person learns they can choose when to engage a thought rather than be chosen by it. Choice, not control, becomes liberation. The intersection of obsession and detachment forms one of psychology's strangest pairings: relentless thinking in an emotionless landscape. The individual can analyze endlessly, but rarely feel satisfaction. Researchers suggest the prefrontal overactivity that drives obsession also suppresses limbic resonance. Too much logic mutes emotion. Therapy often involves reawakening sensation, music, art, movement, to remind the brain that feeling, not thought, closes the loop. From an ethical standpoint, understanding compulsion challenges simplistic views of willpower. These patterns aren't moral failings. They're misfiring safety systems. Judgment doesn't heal them. Awareness does. When society labels someone obsessive, it often praises persistence, but misses pain. True compassion recognizes both the brilliance and the burden inside repetition. There's another layer, more philosophical. Obsession is humanity's attempt to domesticate chaos. We repeat to affirm existence, to leave fingerprints on time. The scientist running endless trials, the writer revising sentences into the night, the parent rechecking the sleeping child, all obey the same ancient instinct: ensure the world stays predictable long enough to rest. The difference between creation and compulsion lies in gratitude. The creative mind stops to marvel. The compulsive one forgets to look up. In the laboratory of the self, every person wrestles with loops, habits of thought, reflexes of fear. Recognizing them doesn't erase them, but it introduces distance. Ah, that's the loop again. That single observation rewires the brain from participant to observer, shifting power from impulse to insight. It's the neural equivalent of turning on the lights in a room you thought was endless. So obsession isn't the enemy, unconsciousness is. The loop becomes dangerous only when invisible. The moment you see it, it loses authority. The same circuitry that once imprisoned attention can, through awareness, become the engine of mastery. Focus becomes flow, repetition becomes rhythm, and the mind that once devoured peace learns to build it instead. Patterns are how the mind explains chaos. Every routine, from morning coffee to the way you sign your name, tells the brain that the world still obeys rules. In clinical psychology, a signature means any personal imprint left on behavior, an arrangement of habits, words, or gestures that repeat because they satisfy an inner equation. When that equation becomes rigid, the signature turns into ritual, behavior elevated to symbolism. Ritual is universal. Athletes tap their shoes before a game, students line up pens before an exam, monks trace circles of incense before prayer. The act itself is less important than what it communicates to the nervous system. I am in control. Neuropsychologists describe this as predictive coding, the brain's attempt to minimize surprise by performing familiar sequences. Repetition reduces uncertainty, and certainty feels safe. In the study of abnormal behavior, ritual takes on additional meaning. When ordinary reassurance no longer calms anxiety, the mind invents elaborate routines to contain it. These aren't superstitions. They're coping algorithms. Each repetition briefly quiets the amygdala, producing a measurable drop in heart rate and stress hormones. The relief lasts seconds. Then the alarm resets. The brain learns that peace requires the ritual and begins to crave it. For individuals with psychopathic or high-control traits, ritual plays a different role. Instead of reducing anxiety, it reinforces identity. The ritual becomes a mirror saying, "This is who I am." It's not comfort they seek, but confirmation. Behavioral scientists call this self-referential reinforcement, using repetitive actions to maintain a sense of uniqueness or mastery. It's why certain leaders, artists, or competitors cling to trademark habits long after practicality fades. The pattern isn't random, it's personal myth-making. Neuroimaging reveals that rituals activate both the basal ganglia, which handles motor routines, and the default mode network, which processes autobiographical memory. Performing a ritual literally links movement with memory, embedding the self into the sequence. To stop feels like erasing part of identity. That's why even trivial habits, checking a door, arranging objects, repeating phrases, can feel indispensable. The action maintains coherence. Anthropologists see the same mechanism at a societal scale. Ceremonies mark transitions: birth, marriage, mourning. Through shared repetition, communities translate uncertainty into meaning. Psychologically, the collective ritual reassures the group that change can be contained. When individuals lose empathy or connection, private rituals sometimes replace communal ones, a solitary attempt to build order where belonging once provided it. In cognitive behavioral terms, the signature and ritual reflect schema maintenance. A schema is the mind's blueprint of self and world. When reality threatens it, behavior compensates. The perfectionist doubles down on detail, the controller expands oversight, the emotionally detached repeats gestures that simulate feeling. Each act keeps the schema intact, even if it no longer serves well-being. The ritual is the armor of continuity. Therapists working with compulsive patterns use exposure and response prevention to gently dismantle these armors. By interrupting the sequence and tolerating discomfort, clients learn that safety exists without repetition. The insight reshapes the reward system. Dopamine begins to attach to mastery rather than to ritual itself. The brain discovers new signatures: flexibility, curiosity, calm. At a cultural level, ritual also satisfies the aesthetic drive for symmetry. Neuroscientists note that the orbitofrontal cortex lights up when we perceive pattern and proportion. Order literally pleases the brain. This may explain why repetitive behavior feels soothing even outside pathology. The human mind equates pattern with beauty, and beauty with stability. But the line between structure and stagnation is thin. When rituals become exclusive, performed not to connect but to isolate, they lose their restorative power. Psychologists studying high-functioning obsession describe a moment called ritual inversion, when the act meant to express control begins to control the actor. Awareness shrinks to the sequence itself. Life becomes choreography without choreography's joy. Breaking that loop requires narrative. Humans need stories as much as structure. In therapy, replacing ritual with meaning, writing, art, conversation, transfers the symbolic load from action to language. The gesture becomes metaphor rather than mandate. The person learns that significance doesn't depend on repetition. It can evolve. Viewed compassionately, the signature and the ritual reveal something profoundly human. They show our longing for coherence, our refusal to surrender to randomness. The same instinct that drives art, science, and religion also drives the smallest personal quirks. In every repeated act, the nervous system seeks harmony between chaos and design. Understanding this rescues the concept from fear. Ritual isn't always pathology. Sometimes it's poetry, the body's way of writing reassurance into time. The challenge is knowing when the poem starts repeating itself, when beauty hardens into compulsion. Recognizing that moment is the essence of psychological maturity, the capacity to keep what gives meaning and release what demands control. So the next time you catch yourself repeating a phrase, aligning objects, or following a tiny routine before a task, pause. Notice whether it calms or confines. If it calms, it's rhythm. If it confines, it's ritual. Either way, you're witnessing the same mechanism that shapes human civilization and individual neurology alike, the timeless dance between pattern and freedom. Ritual begins as reassurance and ends as identity. Once the pattern settles into the nervous system, it no longer needs a reason to exist. It simply feels right. This is the quiet power of repetition. Each cycle of behavior writes itself a little deeper into neural code until it becomes invisible to the one performing it. The psychologist B.F. Skinner called this automatic reinforcement, an action repeated not for reward, but because the absence of it feels incomplete. Inside the brain, repetition weaves a stable rhythm through chaos. The basal ganglia fires in predictive bursts, signaling when a sequence should start and stop. In healthy functioning, these bursts align with changing context. Stand up, stretch, move on. In rigid minds, context loses influence. The internal metronome overrules the environment. What once served adaptation turns into insistence. From a clinical perspective, signatures and rituals are memory anchored in motion. They connect thought to muscle, belief to gesture. That's why rituals survive even after conscious beliefs fade. You might forget the superstition behind knocking on wood, but your hand still twitches toward the table. The action outlives its story. In pathological repetition, the same thing happens at scale. The body keeps performing what the mind no longer questions. Cognitive behavioral therapy aims to reinsert curiosity into that automatic loop. A therapist might ask, "What happens if you don't complete the sequence?" The question sounds simple, but neurologically it invites the prefrontal cortex, the center of choice, back into a process dominated by habit circuits. The first few attempts flood the system with discomfort. Heart rate spikes, intrusive thoughts multiply. Yet each successful interruption proves that catastrophe doesn't follow abstention. Gradually, the prediction error resets. The loop loosens. Anthropologists studying ritual note that repetition always carries symbolic economy. Complex meaning compressed into simple acts. A bow, a handshake, a candle lit at dusk. The gesture says what words can't. In pathological or highly controlled minds, personal rituals often serve the same linguistic function. They communicate internally. I am safe, I am powerful, I still exist. Understanding that symbolic layer allows therapy to replace destructive acts with creative ones, writing, drawing, music, even structured exercise. The form stays, the function evolves. Neuroaesthetics, a young field bridging art and neuroscience, provides a complementary lens. Functional imaging shows that rhythm, symmetry, and pattern activate reward pathways. The pleasure we take in repetition is innate. Artists use it intuitively. Brushstrokes, motifs, refrains. The pathological ritual hijacks that same circuitry, turning beauty into burden. Restoring health often means reteaching the brain to enjoy variation, to find rhythm in change instead of sameness. The prefrontal limbic dialogue tells the emotional story beneath ritual. The limbic system demands comfort. The prefrontal cortex negotiates how to achieve it. When trauma, stress, or emotional deprivation mute that dialogue, ritual steps in as translator. It provides structure where empathy or reflection once lived. For people who struggle with connection, ritual offers predictability. It never rejects, never surprises, but it also never reciprocates. The comfort is one way, like talking to an echo. In group settings, this dynamic scales into culture. Corporations, militaries, and religions all rely on ritual to maintain cohesion. The same psychological principle that binds a soldier to routine binds an individual to habit. Consistency breeds belonging. Sociologists warn, however, that when ritual persists after purpose fades, institutions stagnate. The collective mirrors the individual pathology, form surviving meaning. Modern society's fascination with routines, morning hacks, productivity rituals, self-optimization, illustrates both the strength and fragility of the pattern impulse. On one hand, structure reduces decision fatigue. On the other, it risks turning life into checklist. The language of efficiency can disguise anxiety. If every hour is planned, uncertainty can't intrude. But uncertainty is where creativity lives. The healthiest routines leave room for accident. Therapeutic practice sometimes borrows from that insight by introducing deliberate imperfection. A client accustomed to rigid order might be asked to leave a picture slightly crooked or vary a daily route. At first, the discomfort is physical. Shoulders tighten, jaw locks, but repetition of imperfection rewires expectation. The nervous system learns flexibility as a new kind of order. Psychologists call this counter-ritual conditioning. Philosophically, the persistence of ritual speaks to humanity's need for continuity in a transient world. Every repetition, healthy or not, is a declaration against entropy. Yet maturity lies in knowing that permanence is not achieved through sameness, but through adaptation. The tree survives not by resisting the wind, but by bending with it. Cognitive flexibility is the mental equivalent of that bend. Neurologically, flexibility correlates with activity in the anterior insula. a region integrating body sensation and emotional awareness. Practices that enhance interoception, mindful breathing, slow movement, sensory grounding, strengthen this area. The more vividly a person perceives internal signals, the less they rely on external rituals to define safety. In effect, the body becomes its own ritual, a living anchor in place of symbolic repetition. For some, the most profound breakthrough comes when they realize the ritual was never about control at all. It was about connection. The act substituted for closeness, the pattern for trust. Once that insight surfaces, genuine relationships can begin to fill the space ritual once occupied. Connection replaces compulsion not by command, but by experience. The nervous system finally learns that safety can come from another heartbeat, not just from repeated action. In the broader human story, signature and ritual are evidence of creativity misapplied. The same capacity that paints murals and composes symphonies can also construct cages of routine. Understanding this continuum allows compassion without indulgence. The goal isn't to erase ritual, but to restore choice, to let the dancer lead the dance again. So, when you notice your own small signatures, the way you line up books, the sequence of locks you check, the mantra whispered before sleep, ask what message they carry. If they comfort, keep them. If they constrain, loosen them. Every ritual hides a lesson about how your mind seeks balance, and every act of awareness rewrites the choreography just enough to make space for spontaneity. Ritual, at its core, is humanity's attempt to make time tangible. When it aligns with purpose, it becomes art. When it forgets purpose, it becomes prison. The difference is presence, being awake inside the pattern rather than trapped in it. Predation is older than fear. Long before language or morality, life survived by chasing and avoiding, calculating distance and timing without a thought to ethics. Those reflexes never disappeared. They evolved into strategy, curiosity, ambition. Modern neuroscience calls this the approach system, a network of circuits that push organisms toward goals. In the human brain, it's the same architecture that fuels innovation, leadership, and, when unbalanced, exploitation. At the center of that system lies the mesolimbic dopamine pathway, a line of communication between the ventral tegmental area and the nucleus accumbens. When a hunter in prehistory spotted prey, dopamine spiked, sharpening focus and accelerating decision-making. Today, the same surge occurs when someone spots an opportunity, a business lead, a risky investment, a puzzle that begs to be solved. The biology of pursuit hasn't changed, only the targets have. Psychologists studying dominance behavior describe a spectrum. At one end sits healthy assertiveness, the confidence to act decisively. At the other lies instrumental aggression, behavior calculated not out of anger but advantage. In brain imaging, both show heightened activity in the amygdala prefrontal network, the circuitry that evaluates risk and reward. The difference is balance. In assertive personalities, the prefrontal cortex moderates impulse with empathy. In predatory ones, emotional feedback is muted. The hunter's brain stays cool while others flinch. That coolness is often mistaken for courage. In competitive settings, it becomes charisma, calm under pressure, unshakable composure. Colleagues call it leadership. Evolution rewarded that calm because hesitation once meant starvation. But in social contexts, the same trait can flatten empathy. The hunter perceives people as patterns, sources of reward, obstacles, or neutral terrain. Behavioral economists call this instrumental cognition, a mode of thinking that converts relationships into strategies. From a physiological view, the hunter's focus is flow. The locus coeruleus floods the brain with norepinephrine, narrowing attention to the task. Heart rate steadies, reaction time drops, pain sensitivity fades. To the individual, this feels euphoric, clarity without emotion, purpose without doubt. It's why high-risk professions and extreme sports attract similar neural profiles. The thrill isn't chaos, it's the brief silence of overactive thought. Anthropology provides context. For millennia, survival favored those who could plan a pursuit, anticipate motion, strike at the right moment. Predatory cognition became the foundation of problem-solving. The same neural blueprint that once tracked footprints now tracks market trends, negotiations, or social cues. The executive functions, planning, inhibition, working memory, evolved as tools for strategic pursuit. When society praises competitiveness, it's applauding its inner hunter. Yet the circuitry carries a cost. Dopamine's burst for anticipation often exceeds the pleasure of success. The chase eclipses the catch. Studies on reward learning show that in high sensation seekers, the brain's response peaks before achievement and drops sharply afterward. Satisfaction fades faster than effort can refill it. The person keeps moving, not toward need, but toward stimulation. What began as evolution's survival mechanism becomes a loop of restlessness. In therapy, this manifests as goal substitution fatigue. Clients who achieve constantly yet feel chronically underfulfilled. The problem isn't ambition, but absence of integration. The hunter's brain was built to act, not reflect. Reflection requires a different circuit, the default mode network, which connects experience to meaning. When that network remains underused, victories accumulate without narrative. Life becomes a series of hunts with no harvest. Mindfulness training often targets exactly this gap. By teaching awareness between impulse and action, it reactivates the reflective circuitry. The goal isn't to dull drive, but to anchor it, to transform pursuit into purpose. Neuroscientists call this top-down modulation, the prefrontal cortex learning to time dopamine release through expectation rather than surprise. The hunter learns patience. Sociologists extend the metaphor to culture itself. Economies thrive on approach behavior, innovation, risk, exploration. But without collective restraint, the same circuitry fuels exploitation of resources and people alike. Understanding the hunter's brain therefore carries ethical weight. Progress depends on curiosity guided by conscience. Evolution built the pursuit system. Civilization must supply the brakes. Biologically, empathy and pursuit compete for bandwidth. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex mediates both reward evaluation and emotional resonance. When attention narrows on acquisition, empathy signals weaken. That's why stress or competition can make even kind people momentarily indifferent. The shift isn't moral failure, it's neural prioritization. Recognizing it allows deliberate correction, pausing to widen attention, inviting the social brain back online. One promising field, compassion-based cognitive training, pairs goal setting with empathy exercises. By linking success to collaborative outcomes, it reconditions the reward system so that cooperation, not dominance, triggers dopamine. Early research shows measurable increases in pro-social behavior and emotional intelligence. The hunter learns to hunt with others. From an evolutionary perspective, this adaptation represents humanity's next frontier, turning solitary pursuit into collective achievement. The same neural chemistry that once served survival now powers empathy-driven innovation, medicine, environmental stewardship, education. The predatory circuit doesn't disappear, it transforms. Focus becomes foresight. Pursuit becomes progress. The metaphor of the hunter reminds us that intensity itself is neutral. It can protect, create, or exploit. The difference lies in awareness. When focus includes empathy, it becomes leadership. When it excludes empathy, it becomes manipulation. Both share a brainstem, only one engages the heart. Every mind carries a trace of that ancestral pursuit. You feel it in the small surge before sending a bold message, the adrenaline of a new idea, the satisfaction of solving a puzzle. It's the echo of the hunt, evolution's reminder that life moves forward through curiosity. The task of modern consciousness is not to silence that instinct, but to civilize it, teaching the hunter's brain that the greatest victory is not conquest, but understanding. The hunter's brain is not about violence, it is about direction. It points the self towards something it wants and marshals every resource, attention, energy, memory, to reach it. At its best, that system builds civilizations. Every technological leap, artistic breakthrough, or scientific discovery begins with the same inner current: pursuit. To understand the psychology of that current is to understand ambition itself. In laboratory terms, the approach-avoidance balance governs this current. Two networks pull at every decision. The approach system, powered by dopamine, drives curiosity and exploration. The avoidance system, rooted in serotonin and the amygdala, signals caution and safety. Mental health relies on their conversation. When approach overwhelms avoidance, risk-taking dominates. When avoidance rules, anxiety freezes progress. The hunter's brain is a metaphor for the first extreme, attention magnetized to reward, barely deterred by fear. Functional MRI studies of entrepreneurs, elite athletes, and explorers show strikingly similar neural patterns. Heightened activity in the ventral striatum and prefrontal cortex, muted amygdala reactivity, and strong connectivity in the salience network that filters what matters most. These findings reveal an attentional economy optimized for goal pursuit. Distraction fades, hesitation dissolves. The mind experiences what psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi called flow, a state where challenge and skill meet perfectly. The hunter doesn't feel fearless, they feel timeless. Yet that clarity hides a blind spot. Dopamine rewards anticipation more than completion. The moment of almost there floods the system with energy, while success releases only a brief afterglow. This anticipatory bias explains why high achievers often feel restless after reaching goals. Their brains were built for the chase, not the rest. Without awareness, they replace one target with another, mistaking momentum for meaning. Therapists working with driven clients often describe a subtle emptiness beneath achievement. It's not depression, but depletion, the emotional silence that follows perpetual pursuit. Neuroscientifically, it reflects an overdeveloped approach circuit and an undernourished reflective circuit. The cure isn't slowing down, but integrating pause. Practices like mindfulness, creative hobbies, or even intentional boredom reactivate the default mode network, allowing narrative to form around experience. Reflection gives pursuit context. Otherwise, the story remains a loop of beginnings. From an evolutionary lens, the hunter's brain represents survival through focus. In early environments, distraction killed, awareness of opportunity saved. The descendants of those who could sustain attention became today's innovators and strategists. But evolution never predicted abundance. Modern society floods that same circuitry with constant stimuli, notifications, goals, competitions. The approach system fires continuously, chasing digital prey. The result is collective restlessness, a civilization addicted to pursuit itself. Understanding this biology helps transform culture rather than condemn it. Education systems that teach students how to recover from focus, how to disengage as skillfully as they engage, produce healthier forms of ambition. Companies that reward reflection as much as output balance the neural equation. The future of productivity may depend less on intensity and more on rhythmic alternation between drive and stillness. Ethically, The hunter's mindset carries responsibility. Every system that sharpens focus also narrows empathy. When attention collapses on a goal, peripheral awareness of others dims. The same prefrontal tuning that enables precision can suppress the temporoparietal junction, a region linked to perspective taking. Recognizing this allows leaders and innovators to deliberately widen attention through collaboration, mentorship, or empathy training, before decisions harden into tunnel vision. In neuroscience terms, morality begins as an attentional act. Interestingly, research on cooperative hunting in primates and early humans suggests that empathy and pursuit can coexist. Success required synchrony, reading teammates' cues, sharing timing, anticipating each other's moves. This cooperative circuitry persists in modern teamwork. When individuals align focus toward shared goals, oxytocin and dopamine co-activate, blending reward with belonging. The hunter becomes part of a pack. Ambition becomes community energy. Psychologically, that integration feels like purpose. Purpose is pursuit with connection. It tempers dopamine with meaning and transforms risk into service. Philosophers from Aristotle to Viktor Frankl argued that meaning, not pleasure, sustains happiness. Neuroscience now confirms it. Activity in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, the brain's valuation hub, increases when goals align with personal or moral significance. In that state, success satisfies longer because the reward reinforces identity, not just impulse. Cultural rituals mirror this transition. Ancient initiations often trained young hunters not just in skill, but in restraint. Codes of respect for prey, ceremonies of gratitude. These practices rewired the approach system with empathy, ensuring that focus served balance rather than excess. Modern analogues appear in ethical codes, sustainability pledges, and professional oaths. Each acts as a neural brake, reminding ambition that awareness must accompany action. The hunter's brain, then, is not an aberration, but a foundation awaiting refinement. When unexamined, it chases endlessly, mistaking activity for purpose. When illuminated by reflection and empathy, it becomes creative force, the engine of art, science, and exploration. The same dopamine that once tracked footsteps through grass now fuels telescopes scanning galaxies. Biology evolves slowly. Consciousness evolves through understanding. For individuals, mastering this circuitry means learning 3 skills: awareness of trigger, management of tempo, and integration of meaning. Awareness notices when pursuit begins. Management controls its speed. Integration connects effort to value. Together, they convert instinct into intention. To cultivate them, psychologists recommend deliberate cycles. Focus intensely, rest intentionally, reflect honestly. This rhythm echoes natural patterns, day and night, inhale and exhale. It restores the balance between approach and avoidance, ambition and empathy. In the quiet between pursuits, dopamine resets, creativity renews, and the hunter's brain remembers it was never designed only to chase, but also to learn, adapt, and belong. Ultimately, understanding the hunter within isn't about taming aggression. It's about recognizing vitality. The circuitry that once guaranteed survival now powers imagination. The challenge of modern consciousness is to steer that energy toward connection, creation, and care. When the mind learns to hunt, not for conquest, but for comprehension, the same neural fire that once sustained life begins to illuminate it. The human mind is not a single voice. It's a duet, logic and emotion singing in alternating rhythm, sometimes harmonizing, sometimes colliding. Modern neuroscience calls this duality cognitive-affective integration, but ancient philosophers knew it intuitively. Plato imagined reason steering passion like a charioteer guiding horses. The image still fits. We spend our lives balancing calculation with feeling, analysis with intuition, thought with heart. Inside the skull, two systems collaborate and compete. The prefrontal cortex, seat of planning and rational analysis, calculates probabilities and predicts consequences. The limbic system, anchored by the amygdala and hippocampus, records emotional memory and drives instinctive reactions. Communication between them flows through delicate neural highways, such as the uncinate fasciculus. When the traffic runs smoothly, thought and feeling inform each other. Emotion supplies urgency, reason supplies direction. When signals jam, impulse overwhelms judgment or intellect smothers empathy. Cognitive psychologists describe this tension through the dual process model. System 1, fast, automatic, emotional. System 2, slow, deliberate, logical. The brain prefers System 1 because speed once meant survival. A rustle in the grass didn't wait for cost-benefit analysis. Yet civilization depends on System 2, pausing, reasoning, weighing evidence. The art of self-mastery lies in teaching both systems to cooperate rather than alternate dominance. Functional imaging reveals the choreography. During emotional arousal, the amygdala floods the body with adrenaline and cortisol, preparing action. The prefrontal cortex then assesses context. Is this threat real? In resilient individuals, the cortex down-regulates the amygdala within seconds, restoring calm. In anxious or impulsive personalities, the feedback loop falters. Emotion keeps broadcasting long after logic has spoken. Training, through mindfulness, cognitive reframing or breathing, strengthens that regulatory circuit, literally increasing white matter connectivity between emotion and reason. Everyday decision-making showcases this duet. Consider moral dilemmas. When people weigh a choice that harms one person to save many, brain scans show competing activations. Utilitarian reasoning in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex versus empathic concern in the medial frontal gyrus. The final judgment depends on which network wins the internal negotiation. This isn't evidence of hypocrisy, it's proof that morality is computation with a heartbeat. Emotion often gets miscast as irrational, yet neuroscience keeps proving it's indispensable to logic. The neurologist Antonio Damasio documented patients with damage to the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, regions linking feeling to reason. These individuals could calculate endlessly, but couldn't decide. Without emotional valuation, every option felt equal. Emotion assigns weight. Logic only measures it. Without feeling, thinking becomes paralysis disguised as perfectionism. From a developmental view, the limbic system matures years before the prefrontal cortex. Teenagers literally feel before they can fully think. This explains adolescent intensity, the engine of emotion running at full speed while the steering wheel is still under construction. Education that cultivates emotional literacy alongside academics accelerates integration, teaching the young brain to translate feelings into data rather than drama. In adulthood, the two systems continue to negotiate identity. People who pride themselves on logic often suppress emotion until it leaks through fatigue or irritability. Those who idolize intuition may resist evidence, mistaking feeling for truth. Psychological maturity means recognizing both as instruments. Logic defines structure, emotion provides color. Together, they create wisdom, a form of intelligence that includes compassion. Evolutionary biology suggests the pairing emerged as survival strategy. Early hominids who felt empathy formed stronger tribes. Those who calculated risk ensured resources. The species that combined both built culture. Cooperation required emotion. Innovation required logic. Humanity's dominance on Earth is less about strength and more about this neural duet's range. The balance also shapes creativity. Studies of improvising musicians show synchronized oscillations between prefrontal control regions and limbic emotion centers. Too much logic and creativity freezes. Too much emotion and chaos reigns. True artistry occurs when analysis guides spontaneity like a conductor managing orchestra dynamics. The same principle applies to leadership, relationships, even self-reflection. Cognitive behavioral therapy leverages this integration consciously. When a client identifies an automatic thought, "I'll fail, they hate me," logic evaluates evidence while emotion voices its need, "I want safety." Dialogue replaces dictatorship. Over time, the neural link between emotional trigger and rational reappraisal strengthens, measurable as increased activity in the anterior cingulate cortex, an area mediating conflict resolution. The brain learns diplomacy with itself. Modern society, however, tends to polarize the two halves. Workplaces reward rational detachment. Personal life idealizes passion. The split leaves many oscillating between burnout and longing. Neuroscience argues for synthesis. Emotional awareness enhances reasoning accuracy by updating internal models of value. A spreadsheet can tell you which choice is profitable. Only emotion can tell you which one feels right to live with. Culturally, we see the struggle mirrored in art. Literature's archetypes, Spock and Kirk, Sherlock Holmes and Watson, embody the dialogue of reason and feeling. Their partnership endures because it models inner balance. Each alone is incomplete. Together, they represent the full range of human decision. At the biological level, balance manifests as coherence, synchronized heart rhythms and brainwaves during calm focus. Biofeedback training teaches people to achieve this state intentionally. When emotion and logic align, the body literally enters harmony. Breathing steadies, heart variability increases, cognitive flexibility improves. The mind becomes both sharp and soft, like light focused through water. Ultimately, the dialogue between logic and emotion defines our humanity. Artificial intelligence can simulate reasoning, but struggles to replicate feeling. Emotion remains the algorithm of meaning. It reminds logic why to act. The future of consciousness may depend on deepening that integration rather than escaping it. When you pause before a decision and feel your heart quicken, even as your thoughts analyze, you're witnessing evolution's conversation inside you. Neither side should win. The goal is fluency, the ability to let emotion inform logic without drowning it, and logic guide emotion without freezing it. In that balance lies not perfection, but wholeness, a mind that reasons with empathy and feels with intelligence. The conversation between logic and emotion never ends. It simply changes languages. Sometimes it speaks in the rhythm of the heartbeat, sometimes in the syntax of reason. Each pulse of feeling sends data to thought, and each calculation sends meaning back down into sensation. This loop, fragile, adaptable, endlessly rehearsed, forms the essence of psychological balance. In neuroscience, this dialogue is called bidirectional modulation. Signals flow upward from the limbic system to inform the prefrontal cortex about value and urgency, then downward again to adjust response. The quality of this communication determines everything from impulse control to empathy. When the bridge is strong, emotions appear as information. When the bridge is weak, they appear as enemies. Mindfulness research shows that people who can label their feelings with precision, irritated instead of mad, anxious instead of bad, exhibit greater prefrontal activation and faster recovery from stress. Words give logic access to emotion. Language doesn't replace feeling. It tames it enough for negotiation. This is why journaling, therapy, or even quiet reflection can lower physiological arousal. Writing literally reroutes emotion through cognition. The opposite pattern occurs when emotion bypasses logic. Under acute stress, the amygdala short-circuits the prefrontal cortex, prioritizing survival reactions. In daily life, that might look like snapping during an argument or making an impulsive purchase. Training awareness of bodily cues, tight chest, clenched jaw, restores the link before the hijack completes. Emotion becomes early warning rather than sudden storm. Emotion also holds memory. The hippocampus tags experiences with feeling, determining which ones we remember. Logical memory, dates, numbers, fades quickly without rehearsal. But emotional memory endures because hormones like adrenaline stamp it deeper. This explains why a childhood embarrassment lingers while 100 neutral facts vanish. Understanding that persistence helps forgiveness. The mind isn't obsessed with the past. Chemistry simply stored it vividly. In relationships, the duet between reason and feeling shapes every connection. Arguments rarely fail from lack of logic, but from mismanaged emotion. Neuroscientist John Gottman's studies of couples found that during conflict, heart rate spikes above 100 beats per minute predict communication breakdown. At that threshold, the sympathetic nervous system overwhelms rational language. The cure is physiological. Pause, breathe. Let the parasympathetic system lower arousal. Logic re-enters only when the body believes it's safe. Cognitive behavioral therapists teach emotion regulation strategies that mirror this biology. Reappraisal, rethinking a situation's meaning, activates the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, dampening amygdala intensity. Acceptance, allowing feeling without judgment, activates the insula, integrating sensation with awareness. Both techniques train the brain to collaborate with its own chemistry instead of resisting it. Over time, resilience replaces reactivity. Cultural differences add nuance. Western traditions often prize rational dominance, seeing emotion as interference. Eastern philosophies emphasize harmony, seeing emotion as natural flow. Modern neuroscience validates the latter. Suppression reduces short-term conflict, but increases long-term stress. Emotion suppressed is energy postponed. Integration, not control, creates stability. Logic itself depends on emotion more than we admit. Every moral philosophy, every legal code begins with a feeling. Empathy for suffering, desire for fairness, anger at injustice. Without those effective sparks, reason would have nothing to aim for. The Enlightenment built tools of logic. Compassion decides where to use them. Machines can reason. Only humans can care why the reasoning matters. At the same time, pure emotion without analysis risks distortion. Feelings tell us that something matters, not what the truth is. Fear can warn of danger or fabricate it. Love can inspire generosity or blindness. Logic filters intensity through evidence, converting signal into understanding. Healthy minds alternate between the two modes like lungs inhale and exhale. Emotion drawing in experience, logic exhaling interpretation. Training this alternation is possible. Neuroscientist Richard Davidson's work on effective style shows that meditation and empathy exercises increase left prefrontal activity associated with positive emotion and balanced reasoning. Even 10 minutes of daily reflection strengthens pathways that regulate mood. The process isn't mystical, it's maintenance, like tuning an instrument. In organizations, the dual mind model reshapes leadership. Emotional intelligence predicts success better than IQ because it synchronizes team chemistry. A leader who reads non-verbal cues can intervene before conflict escalates. One who knows when to apply data versus reassurance navigates uncertainty gracefully. Logic builds strategy, emotion builds trust. Together, they form credibility, the currency of cooperation. Education, too, benefits from this synthesis. Students remember material linked to curiosity or joy more than data delivered cold. Teachers who pair analytical rigor with storytelling activate both hemispheres of learning. Knowledge encoded with emotion becomes knowledge retained. The best classrooms, therefore, feel alive, the hum of logic powered by passion. On a personal level, integrating logic and emotion means practicing what psychologists call meta-awareness, watching thought and feeling interact without choosing sides. When irritation rises, ask what belief fuels it. When a plan feels stuck, ask what emotion it avoids. Each question keeps both systems online. Over time, the mind learns to pivot naturally, switching gears without grinding. The future of neuroscience may redefine intelligence itself around this integration. Artificial neural networks excel at calculation, but lack emotional context. Human cognition thrives because it combines precision with empathy. As technology grows more logical, human value may lie increasingly in emotional fluency, the ability to translate data into meaning. The next revolution in consciousness will not be smarter machines, but wiser humans. In daily life, you can witness this integration in small gestures. A doctor explaining complex treatment with warmth, a parent balancing discipline with affection, a friend offering both advice and comfort. These are micro moments where brain and heart share authorship. They prove that logic and emotion are not rivals, but partners in comprehension. Ultimately, the conversation between the two defines character. Logic asks, what is true? Emotion asks, what is important? Wisdom is the sentence that begins with both. When the heart and the mind listen to each other long enough, their languages blur. Decisions stop feeling like compromises and start sounding like harmony. Control is one of the oldest human impulses. It begins as a survival reflex, keep the fire burning, keep the predators out, and grows into philosophy, politics, and psychology. Every society and every self is a negotiation between freedom and order, impulse and restraint. In the laboratory of the brain, that negotiation plays out through a network of circuits designed to predict, plan, and persist. The modern study of control starts in the prefrontal cortex, the region behind the forehead that orchestrates judgment and inhibition. It is the brain's chief executive, integrating sensory input from the outside world with emotional data from the limbic system. When it functions well, decisions feel deliberate. When it falters, life feels reactive. Neuroimaging shows that during moments of self-discipline, resisting temptation, staying on task, the prefrontal cortex lights up like a city grid at dusk. Each spark of activation represents a micro-choice to delay gratification. In psychological terms, this capacity is called executive control. It governs attention, working memory, and impulse suppression, the triad that allows a person to steer behavior toward long-term goals. The famous marshmallow test from the 1960s revealed that children who could wait for a second treat tended to achieve more in adulthood. Decades later, brain scans confirmed why. Their prefrontal regions had matured stronger neural connections to the reward centers. Patience was not mere willpower, it was architecture. But control is more than restraint. It's also agency, the belief that one's actions shape outcomes. Psychologist Julian Rotter coined the term locus of control to describe whether people attribute events to internal effort or external fate. Those with an internal locus tend to persist through challenge. Those with an external one often surrender to circumstance. Neuroscience now links this orientation to the striatum, where dopamine signals track prediction error. When effort reliably changes results, dopamine reinforces confidence. When outcomes feel random, motivation fades. Dominance psychology adds another layer. In both animal hierarchies and human organizations, perceived control over resources or territory activates the dopaminergic reward system, producing satisfaction similar to physical pleasure. Yet healthy dominance differs from coercion. It expresses competence and protection, not exploitation. Anthropologists studying tribal leadership found that successful chiefs balanced assertion with service, gaining status by regulating conflict rather than creating it. The biology of control, when paired with empathy, stabilizes groups. When stripped of empathy, it destabilizes them. The neuroscience of decision-making maps this balance. The orbitofrontal cortex evaluates reward versus risk. The anterior cingulate monitors conflict between options. The insula registers gut feeling. Together, they simulate outcomes before action. Control emerges when these regions align, emotion providing intuition, logic supplying verification. This harmony explains why some decisions just feel right. The data and the feeling converge into one signal. Cognitive scientists describe decision as a competition between value representations. Each choice activates neural populations that encode predicted satisfaction. The stronger pattern wins. Training decision-making therefore means strengthening accurate valuation, learning to predict which outcomes truly fulfill, not merely excite. Mindfulness and reflection sharpen this accuracy by revealing hidden motives: ego, fear, social pressure. Once motives become visible, control shifts from compulsion to choice. Power, in its psychological sense, measures perceived control over uncertainty. Experiments show that even minor control, choosing a seat, adjusting lighting, reduces stress hormones. The brain interprets predictability as safety. Conversely, chronic lack of control raises cortisol, impairing memory and immune response. This is why environments that combine structure with autonomy, clear goals, flexible methods, produce both performance and well-being. Leadership training often draws on this principle. Effective leaders create frameworks where others feel agency. They convert authority into empowerment. Neuro-organizational studies demonstrate that teams under autonomy-supportive managers show higher oxytocin levels, the hormone of trust. The chemistry of control, shared rather than hoarded, becomes cooperation. Yet personal control has limits. Life's unpredictability ensures that complete mastery is illusion. The philosopher Epictetus taught that serenity lies in distinguishing what can and cannot be controlled. Modern therapy echoes him through acceptance and commitment techniques. Focus energy on values-driven action, release fixation on outcome. Neuroscience backs the wisdom. Rumination over uncontrollable events keeps the amygdala in chronic activation, while acceptance quiets it. Letting go is not surrender. It is biological restoration. At its extreme, the hunger for control becomes perfectionism. The perfectionist brain shows heightened error-related negativity, electrical activity following mistakes. The mind interprets minor flaws as threats. Over time, this constant vigilance exhausts dopamine reserves, leading to burnout. Treatment involves retraining perception, redefining mistakes as feedback, not failure. Compassion, paradoxically, restores precision. Self-criticism corrodes it. Culturally, control defines eras. Industrialization worshipped efficiency. Digital life prizes adaptability. The 21st century demands fluid control, structured yet responsive, firm yet flexible. Psychologists call this adaptive self-regulation. It combines planning with improvisation, allowing individuals to pivot without panic. In the brain, adaptability corresponds to dynamic connectivity between the prefrontal cortex and the default mode network, switching between focus and reflection as conditions change. Ultimately, the power of control is the power to steer consciousness. It's the art of choosing attention deliberately rather than letting circumstance dictate focus. Meditation, athletic flow, scientific experimentation all represent refined control states. Awareness so precise it feels effortless. The paradox of mastery is that the tighter the skill, the softer the grip. Control becomes invisible, like a musician's fingers moving without thought. When balanced, control is liberation, the freedom to respond instead of react. When distorted, it is captivity, an endless attempt to manage what was never ours. The mature mind learns both to act and to allow, to direct and to trust. In that dynamic equilibrium lies genuine power, decision without domination, authority without anxiety. Control, at its most refined level, is not about possession, it is about precision. Where raw dominance seeks to own, mastery seeks to coordinate. The difference separates tyranny from leadership, obsession from artistry. Modern psychology calls this shift self-determination, a transition from controlling others to steering the self. The self-determination theory developed by Edward Deci and Richard Ryan identifies three human needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Together they describe healthy control. Autonomy provides the sense of choice. Competence gives the ability to act effectively. Relatedness ensures actions serve connection rather than isolation. When these needs align, control becomes energizing instead of exhausting. When anyone collapses, the will to act distorts into domination or apathy. Neuroscience reveals the physiology behind this balance. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex, which tracks value and social meaning, communicates with reward centers in the nucleus accumbens. When autonomy and connection coexist, dopamine and oxytocin surge together, producing confidence paired with empathy. It's the chemical signature of ethical leadership, the feeling of strength that includes awareness of others. Decision-making under control feels different from decision-making under fear. Functional MRI studies comparing anxious versus composed individuals show that anxiety hyperactivates the amygdala, shrinking working memory and narrowing attention. Composed decision-makers exhibit stronger coupling between the prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, allowing past experience to inform present choice. In practical terms, calm minds remember more options. This is why emotional regulation, not sheer intellect, predicts good judgment. Sociologists describe organizations as control systems in disguise. Meetings, deadlines, and rules all serve to regulate collective uncertainty. Yet the healthiest cultures distribute control instead of concentrating it. Research on psychological safety, popularized by Amy Edmondson at Harvard, demonstrates that teams allowed to question authority innovate faster and fail more productively. Shared control breeds creativity because it keeps the brain in a state of curiosity rather than defense. At the individual level, control often manifests as ritualized planning. To-do lists, calendars, and routines create the illusion of predictability. Cognitive scientists note that these tools act as external prefrontal cortices, memory aids that free mental bandwidth for creativity. The trick is to let tools serve purpose rather than enslave it. When planning turns into compulsion, the external cortex starts running the person instead of the reverse. Psychologists studying perfectionism divide it into adaptive and maladaptive forms. Adaptive perfectionists set high standards motivated by growth. Maladaptive ones chase flawlessness out of fear. The difference again lies in locus: internal aspiration versus external validation. Brain scans show that adaptive types engage reward circuits, while maladaptive ones light up pain circuits in the insula. In other words, striving can feel like joy or punishment depending on intention. Cultural narratives often glorify control, the genius who commands, the leader who never wavers, but history rewards flexibility. Military strategists, entrepreneurs, and artists who thrive under chaos display cognitive agility, the ability to switch mental models without losing coherence. This agility correlates with variable connectivity between the default mode network and task-positive network. The mind toggles between reflection and execution, turning uncertainty into opportunity. In therapy, cultivating control means teaching response over reaction. Techniques like cognitive reappraisal and somatic grounding bridge thought and body. When anxiety rises, slowing breath activates the vagus nerve, lowering heart rate and restoring access to the prefrontal cortex. Clients learn that physiological calm is the foundation of cognitive control. A steady heartbeat writes clearer thoughts. Philosophers have long warned that control, unexamined, invites illusion. The Stoics spoke of the dichotomy of control, what depends on us versus what does not. Modern neuroscience echoes this wisdom with data on uncertainty tolerance. Individuals who can accept unpredictability show higher grey matter density in the anterior insula, a region integrating emotion and awareness. Acceptance isn't resignation, it's bandwidth expansion. The brain literally grows more room for ambiguity. Ethical control extends outward. When leaders exercise authority with humility, followers mirror that regulation. Oxytocin released through trust strengthens group cohesion, while cortisol levels drop collectively. It's biochemical democracy. Calm spreads. Conversely, authoritarian environments elevate cortisol across entire teams, impairing creativity and immune health. The chemistry of control is contagious. In everyday life, subtle exercises restore agency. Choosing posture before a meeting, naming an emotion before speaking, or pausing one breath before sending a message, all micro-moments of prefrontal engagement. Each act teaches the nervous system that awareness precedes action. Over time, those small choices accumulate into composure. The paradox of control is that it grows stronger when shared. In relationships, acknowledging mutual influence deepens respect. In art, surrendering to process enhances mastery. In science, letting data contradict theory advances truth. The most powerful minds control how they engage, not what must happen. Ultimately, control is a conversation between certainty and surrender. Logic structures the plan, emotion tests its humanity. The disciplined mind listens to both. True dominance, stripped of ego, becomes stewardship, guiding energy toward collective equilibrium. The neuroscientist Carl Friston describes the brain as a prediction machine, forever minimizing surprise. Control, in this model, is continuous adaptation, updating expectations as reality unfolds. Life's challenge isn't to eliminate uncertainty, but to dance with it gracefully, predicting just enough to stay balanced. Mastery, then, is not a clenched fist, but an open hand, steady in motion. It's the quiet confidence that awareness will be enough when plans fall apart. Control begins with intention, matures through flexibility, and culminates in trust. The mind that learns this rhythm no longer fears uncertainty. It shapes it. Fear is the oldest teacher in the nervous system. It predates language, morality, and memory. It is life's first whisper of self-preservation. Long before humans could reason, fear taught the body to move, away from fire, towards safety. Modern neuroscience now traces that ancient reflex through a web of circuits that still shape every heartbeat, every decision, every dream. At the center of this web lies the amygdala, two almond-shaped clusters buried deep within the temporal lobes. When the senses detect potential threat, a shadow too quick, a sound too sharp. The amygdala fires milliseconds before conscious thought. Its message spreads like lightning to the hypothalamus, which releases stress hormones through the HPA axis: hypothalamus, pituitary, adrenal glands. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream, heart rate rises, pupils widen, muscles prime. The body becomes an instrument tuned for survival. Yet the story doesn't end with panic. Another network, the prefrontal cortex, quickly joins the conversation. It asks the crucial question: is this danger real? If the answer is no, a twig, not a snake, the prefrontal cortex sends inhibitory signals that calm the amygdala. This rapid negotiation between instinct and intellect is the architecture of courage: fear felt, assessed, and released. Psychologists distinguish between state fear and trait anxiety. State fear is momentary and adaptive, a response to a specific stimulus. Trait anxiety lingers. It is fear detached from context, the alarm that forgot to turn off. Functional MRI scans show that chronic anxiety keeps the amygdala hyperactive even in neutral settings, while the prefrontal control network fatigues. The body remains prepared for emergencies that never arrive, a physiological echo of ancient vigilance misapplied to modern life. Fear also learns. The hippocampus, our memory index, stores the details surrounding frightening events, sights, smells, sounds. When similar cues appear later, the hippocampus retrieves the association, triggering precaution before danger reappears. This is adaptive until overgeneralization occurs. A person startled by one barking dog may tense at every bark thereafter. Therapy for such patterns, known as exposure therapy, retrains the hippocampus through safe repetition, proving to the amygdala that history need not repeat. Evolution shaped fear to balance exploration and caution. Infants, even across cultures, display startled reactions to falling and loud noise, the core fears that safeguard growth. As cognition expands, fear becomes symbolic. Fear of failure, rejection, or loss. The same hormones that once fueled flight now accompany job interviews and public speeches. Biology can't tell the difference between predator and presentation. Interpretation turns reflex into emotion. Sociologists argue that collective fear organizes societies. Laws, rituals, and myths once transformed invisible terrors, storms, disease, into manageable narratives. Religion, in many ways, began as a system to converse with fear, to personify chaos, and thus predict it. Modern media performs a similar role, amplifying certain threats to satisfy the brain's appetite for vigilance. Understanding this circuitry helps decode cultural anxiety. Fear spreads not just through information, but through mirror neurons reading others' alarm. Within the body, fear manifests through a cascade of autonomic responses. The sympathetic nervous system accelerates, digestion pauses, skin chills as blood retreats to muscles. These reactions evolved for physical survival, but now often occur in psychological contexts where running or fighting is impossible. This mismatch explains panic attacks, ancient hardware reacting to abstract software. Learning to re-engage the parasympathetic system through breathing, grounding, or mindfulness restores equilibrium by signaling to the body, we are safe. From a developmental perspective, moderate fear is essential. Children who experience manageable risks, climbing, performing, failing safely, build resilience. Their brains learn that arousal can subside without catastrophe, strengthening prefrontal amygdala communication. Overprotection, by contrast, denies this rehearsal, leaving the fear circuit untrained. Courage is not the absence of fear, but familiarity with its rise and fall. Emotion researchers often describe fear as data, an internal alert system highlighting uncertainty. Ignoring it invites recklessness. Obeying it blindly breeds paralysis. The mature response is dialogue. Ask fear what it's trying to protect, then decide if the protection still fits the situation. This conversational stance recruits cognitive empathy toward one's own biology, turning panic into insight. The chemistry of fear intersects with creativity in surprising ways. Moderate adrenaline sharpens focus and heightens sensory detail. The state artists call edge. Musicians before a concert, pilots before takeoff, speakers before a crowd all ride that same neurochemical wave. When managed, fear becomes fuel. Psychologists term this eustress, beneficial stress that expands capacity. Beyond a threshold, however, the curve inverts. Too much arousal collapses precision into chaos. Mastery lies in sensing that inflection point. Cultural expressions of bravery often misunderstand this balance. Heroism isn't fearlessness, it's regulated fear. The firefighter entering danger, the doctor facing uncertainty, the activist confronting opposition, all feel fear. What distinguishes them is timing. The prefrontal cortex catching the amygdala mid-signal, converting reflex into resolve. Neurologically, courage is coordination. Chronic fear, on the other hand, reshapes biology. Elevated cortisol over months suppresses immune function, disrupts sleep, and shrinks the hippocampus, impairing memory. The cycle becomes self-reinforcing. Memory of fear increases sensitivity to new threats, and heightened sensitivity records more fearful memories. Breaking that loop requires both physiological reset, exercise, rest, nutrition, and cognitive reframing to rewrite association patterns. Interestingly, recent research on vagal tone shows that compassion practices strengthen resilience to fear. When people focus on kindness toward themselves or others, the vagus nerve, connecting brain to heart, activates the parasympathetic system. Heart rate variability increases, signaling flexibility. Fear loses grip because safety becomes internal rather than situational. In that sense, empathy is not just moral, but mechanical. It calms the body. Philosophically, fear teaches humility. It reminds consciousness of its limits, revealing dependence on something larger, community, nature, time. Without fear, recklessness would erase empathy. With too much, empathy collapses into self-protection. The equilibrium defines maturity, feeling fear fully, yet acting wisely within it. In the modern world, where threats are often psychological, the task is not to eradicate fear, but to update it. The same circuitry that once saved lives now fuels anxiety economies. Advertising, politics, endless news cycles. Awareness disarms manipulation. When you notice the physical signature of fear, a quickened pulse, shallow breath, you can choose to listen rather than obey. Naming the pattern reclaims authorship from biology. Fear, then, is neither enemy nor ally. It is feedback. It tells you where your boundaries end and where learning begins. To master it is to respect it, to thank the body for warning you, then to decide with reason whether to proceed. Every act of growth, from speaking truth to exploring the unknown, passes through this threshold. Fear is not just a reflex, it is a language the body speaks before the mind interprets. Each surge of adrenaline, each shallow breath, is information written in physiology. Understanding this language turns fear from an adversary into a translator, revealing what matters most. The human nervous system operates like an alarm network with multiple channels. The sympathetic system rings the bells, heart racing, blood rushing to muscles, while the parasympathetic system quiets them when the threat passes. When both are balanced, emotion flows like weather. Storms gather, rain falls, skies clear. Problems begin when the alarm keeps ringing after danger is gone. Chronic stress traps the body in perpetual readiness, a condition neuroscientists call allostatic load, the wear and tear of never resetting. The antidote begins with awareness. Mindfulness practices teach what researchers term interoception, the perception of internal signals. When you notice the flutter in your stomach or the catch in your breath without judging it, you re-engage the prefrontal cortex, the brain's control room. Studies show that labeling emotion, "this is fear," reduces amygdala activity and restores regulation. The act of naming transforms chaos into data. Another form of regulation is reappraisal, reframing threat as challenge. In experiments where participants interpreted racing hearts as readiness instead of panic, performance improved and anxiety declined. The difference lay not in biology, but in story. The mind's narrative reshapes the body's chemistry. Meaning modulates molecules. Fear, when reframed, can become intuition. Many professionals, surgeons, pilots, first responders, describe a subtle tension that warns of error before evidence appears. This is somatic intelligence, the body detecting pattern deviations faster than conscious thought. Years of experience teach the brain to recognize anomalies and communicate them through sensation. Respecting that signal, rather than dismissing it as nerves, can prevent mistakes. Fear becomes ally, whispering through physiology. At the cultural level, societies ritualize fear to build cohesion. Festivals, thrill rides, and storytelling simulate danger in safe contexts, allowing people to rehearse courage. Anthropologists see this as a collective form of exposure therapy. By confronting controlled fear together, communities strengthen resilience. Shared adrenaline transforms isolation into solidarity. Art performs a similar function. Horror films, tragedies, and suspense novels let audiences experience anxiety with guaranteed safety. The amygdala activates, cortisol rises, yet minutes later, laughter or relief releases endorphins. The brain learns that intensity can coexist with safety, expanding emotional range. Fear, experienced through metaphor, becomes emotional exercise. Inside therapy rooms, modern treatments echo these ancient rituals. Systematic desensitization exposes clients to graduated levels of fear while pairing each exposure with relaxation. Cognitive processing therapy rewrites fearful memories, integrating them into narrative rather than letting them fragment the mind. Both rely on neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to remodel itself through repetition. Each calm encounter literally rewires synapses, teaching safety where terror once lived. Resilience researchers identify 3 pillars of fear mastery: predictability, controllability, and social support. Predictability reduces uncertainty. Controllability provides agency. Support restores belonging. Laboratory animals subjected to unpredictable stress show higher cortisol and learned helplessness, while those given even minimal control, a lever to press, recover faster. Humans mirror this pattern. A plan, however small, converts chaos into choice. The social dimension is crucial. Connection dampens fear because shared attention divides vigilance. Group-living mammals evolved mechanisms where the sight of calm companions suppresses individual alarm responses. In humans, oxytocin release during trust and touch inhibits amygdala firing. This is why comfort often requires presence, not advice. Calm is contagious. At a philosophical level, fear defines boundaries. What we fear marks what we value. Fear of loss implies attachment. Fear of obscurity implies desire for recognition. Fear of failure implies ambition. Seen this way, fear is compass rather than curse. The direction it points reveals where growth awaits. Spiritual traditions transform fear through surrender. Meditation, prayer, and breathwork slow physiological rhythms, inviting awareness of transience. When practitioners observe fear without reacting, the emotion eventually exhausts its energy and dissolves. Neurologically, this corresponds to synchronization between the amygdala and the insula, integrating bodily sensation with conscious acceptance. Stillness, repeated enough, teaches the brain that safety can exist without certainty. Modern society often pathologizes fear, treating calm as the default state. Yet the absence of fear would mean the absence of sensitivity. The goal is regulation, not eradication. Healthy fear sharpens perception, unhealthy fear monopolizes it. The task is discernment, learning which signals deserve attention and which deserve exhale. One practical method is the 3-breath pause. Notice the sensation of fear. Name it without resistance. Shift focus to one stabilizing sensory detail, the temperature of air, the texture of clothing, a sound nearby. This sequence recruits sensory cortices, grounding awareness in the present. Within seconds, heart rate slows and perspective widens. Small interventions repeated often rewrite automatic responses faster than dramatic breakthroughs. Over time, those who study their own fear begin to sense its subtleties. They learn that behind every spike of adrenaline lies a story the mind is trying to tell. Protect me, prepare me, pay attention. Listening converts fear's language into guidance. Ignoring it lets it shout louder. On a societal scale, collective fear can catalyze progress when acknowledged consciously. Public health, environmental movements, and civil rights reforms often begin with anxiety about harm. Fear turns into motivation, once translated into shared purpose. The challenge is preventing manipulation. Fear, stripped of truth, becomes control. Media literacy and critical thinking are modern forms of emotional immunity. Biologically, fear's endgame is restoration. After danger, the parasympathetic system floods the body with acetylcholine, slowing heart rate and digestion returns. This post-fear calm often feels euphoric, the relief phase that makes survival rewarding. Recognizing it trains gratitude. Each recovery teaches the nervous system that peace is attainable, reinforcing courage for future challenges. Ultimately, the anatomy of fear is also the architecture of courage. Both arise from the same circuitry. The difference is relationship. Fear unacknowledged becomes panic. Fear witnessed becomes power. The nervous system's message is simple. Awareness is safety. When you meet fear with curiosity, you complete the evolutionary circle. Instinct evolves into insight. The next time fear quickens your breath, treat it as a signal flare from the subconscious, not a verdict. Ask what boundary it illuminates, what care it demands. In that pause between heartbeat and breath, the ancient and modern selves meet. The primal body warning, the conscious mind listening. That dialogue, honest, gentle, awake, is the quiet anatomy of courage itself. Sanity is the mind's most persuasive performance. It is the quiet conviction that our perceptions are accurate, that our thoughts follow reason, that the world we wake to each morning is the same one everyone else inhabits. Yet beneath that confidence lies a fragile construction, a network of assumptions, memories, and predictions stitched together by the brain's need for coherence. Neuroscience calls it the reality model, a simulation so convincing that we rarely notice we're inside it. The brain's job is not to perceive truth. It is to maintain stability. Every second, millions of sensory signals bombard the nervous system. The thalamus acts as a switchboard, passing only a fraction to conscious awareness. The visual cortex edits color and depth, the auditory cortex filters noise, and the hippocampus fills gaps with memory. What remains is less a mirror of reality than a best-guess reconstruction. Psychologists describe this process as predictive coding. The brain constantly predicts what the world should look and sound like, then updates when surprises occur. Sanity, in this view, is prediction that happens to agree with consensus. Consensus itself is a social construct. What a culture calls normal depends on shared beliefs, language, and expectation. Anthropologists have long noted that behaviors deemed disordered in one society, talking to ancestors, entering trance, hearing guiding voices, may be revered as spiritual in another. The boundary between sanity and deviance shifts with context, revealing that normal is often just what the majority can tolerate. Cognitive science exposes smaller illusions at work within the sane mind. The confirmation bias makes us favor evidence that supports our existing worldview. The illusion of control convinces us we influence outcomes ruled by chance. These biases maintain coherence even when accuracy would hurt. Experiments show that people who perceive the world with fewer comforting distortions, who estimate risk or control precisely, report higher realism but lower happiness. A mild dose of delusion appears adaptive. It softens life's randomness into narrative. Neuroscientists studying self-awareness locate its hub in the default mode network, DMN, which stitches together autobiographical memory and future imagination. The DMN creates continuity, the feeling that I today is the same person as I yesterday. Damage or disruption to this network can fragment identity, producing depersonalization or dissociation. But even in health, the DMN fabricates stories. When sensory input falters, darkness, isolation, monotony, the brain invents patterns to fill the void. The line between hallucination and imagination is one of degree, not kind. Philosophers have wrestled with this for centuries. Descartes sought certainty by doubting everything, yet even he had to trust the act of thinking. Modern psychology reframes that quest. Sanity is not absolute truth, but functional alignment between perception and environment. You are sane to the extent that your internal model predicts reality well enough to survive within it. Error is inevitable. Collapse occurs only when feedback fails. Consider dreams. Each night, the sleeping brain disconnects from sensory input and still constructs a world, complete with logic, emotion, and selfhood. During REM sleep, the prefrontal cortex quiets while the limbic system ignites, creating vivid narratives unchallenged by skepticism. In waking life, sanity depends on the opposite ratio, cognition supervising emotion. Yet both states use the same architecture. Dreaming is a rehearsal of consciousness. Waking is a consensus dream, continuously corrected by sensory data. Clinical psychology measures sanity along spectrums rather than walls. Mild distortions, daydreams, intrusive thoughts, superstition exist in everyone. What distinguishes disorder is distress and impairment. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5, defines pathology as patterns that cause suffering or dysfunction, not simply deviation. By that metric, sanity is statistical health, not purity of thought. Social psychology reveals how group dynamics sustain the illusion. The phenomenon of pluralistic ignorance shows that individuals may privately doubt a norm but publicly conform, believing everyone else believes. The collective illusion becomes self-reinforcing. History's darkest chapters, mass hysteria, witch hunts, propaganda, demonstrate how easily shared delusion masquerades as order. The sane majority can act irrationally precisely because consensus dulls reflection. Modern neuroscience adds nuance through metacognition, the capacity to evaluate one's own thinking. People high in metacognitive accuracy recognize when they might be wrong. Those low in it feel certain even when mistaken. Brain imaging links this humility to the anterior prefrontal cortex, a region active when considering alternative viewpoints. Training metacognition through journaling, feedback, or mindfulness strengthens neural flexibility. Sanity becomes less a state and more a skill, the ability to update belief gracefully. Emotions play a quiet role in this illusion. The limbic system tags experiences with feeling, biasing memory toward stories that sustain identity. Fear edits history. Pride polishes it. This emotional editing is why eyewitness accounts diverge, why nostalgia beautifies hardship, and why people remember being themselves even through radical change. Without emotional coloring, memory would be a lifeless archive. With too much, it becomes myth. Balance is narrative truth, seasoned by compassion. Technology complicates the picture. Digital feeds curate information loops that reinforce bias. Algorithms become external DMNs, mirroring our preferences back to us until the world seems to agree. The result is cognitive echo, a modern variant of self-constructed sanity. Escaping it requires deliberate exposure to dissonance, reading opposing views, seeking contradiction, allowing discomfort. The same principle that sustains mental health in therapy, controlled challenge, applies to collective thought. From a neurological standpoint, absolute sanity may be impossible. The brain is a prediction machine tuned for survival, not for truth. It simplifies, distorts, and hallucinates just enough to navigate uncertainty. What we call reality is a consensus of overlapping hallucinations that happen to function. Recognizing this doesn't breed cynicism. It invites humility. Awareness of illusion is itself sanity's highest form. Spiritual traditions echo this scientific insight in different language. Buddhism describes ignorance as mistaking projections for reality. Enlightenment is the clear seeing of impermanence. Cognitive therapy teaches the same lesson pragmatically. Thoughts are not facts. When people learn to observe mental stories instead of inhabit them, suffering decreases. Sanity deepens through distance. The illusion of sanity, then, is not a flaw, but a feature, a dynamic equilibrium between order and uncertainty. Too little illusion and life feels chaotic. Too much and reality ossifies into dogma. The healthy mind oscillates, updating its model with each new experience. To doubt gently is to remain alive. In the end, sanity might be best defined not as correctness but as coherence with compassion. A worldview stable enough to function, yet flexible enough to grow. The wisest minds are those that question their own normalcy, aware that the border between insight and illusion is thin and shifting. To be human is to dream awake, steering imagination with reason, crafting meaning from noise. Sanity, perhaps, is simply the art of dreaming responsibly. The idea of sanity survives because it is useful. It offers a map, a set of coordinates by which society can orient itself. Yet every map distorts the terrain it describes. To call something sane is to draw a boundary around acceptable behavior, and every boundary hides an edge where innovation or empathy might live. The illusion of sanity, then, is not deception, but simplification, one the human mind requires to function in a world too complex for constant doubt. Psychologists describe the mind as a constraint system. It filters reality to keep cognition efficient. The brain spends most of its energy predicting the near future. Without shortcuts, it would drown in information. These shortcuts, schemas, heuristics, assumptions, create the experience of sanity, continuity, meaning, control. Without them, perception would feel like static. But every simplification also excludes. Bias is the cost of coherence. This trade-off shapes daily life. We navigate conversations using social scripts, greetings, pleasantries, patterns learned until automatic. The moment someone violates these scripts, the illusion flickers. A pause too long, an unexpected gesture, and the brain momentarily loses its model of normal. That discomfort is the boundary of sanity revealing itself. What we call eccentricity or awkwardness is often simply someone whose map of reality tilts a few degrees differently. Cognitive neuroscience locates the sense of normal self in the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate, parts of the default mode network that simulate perspective and continuity. When these regions synchronize smoothly, people feel grounded. When they desynchronize, during trauma, sleep deprivation, or intense emotion, time stretches or fragments, and identity blurs. The healthy brain continually restitches coherence. The illusion is maintenance, not malfunction. Cultural psychology expands this maintenance into community. Shared rituals, handshakes, holidays, collective silence synchronize minds much as neurons synchronize rhythms. Group belonging literally entrains brainwaves, measurable through EEG coherence. In that alignment lies comfort. If others see what I see, it must be real. But consensus can also imprison. When majority perception ossifies, dissenters appear mad merely for noticing what conformity ignores. History's reformers often occupied that liminal space between sanity and heresy. Philosopher Michel Foucault argued that societies define sanity to protect power. Labeling deviation justifies control. Modern psychiatry tempers that critique with data but cannot erase it. Diagnostic categories evolve with culture. Homosexuality, once pathologized, now understood as variation. Each revision reminds us that the border between health and difference is drawn in pencil. The illusion of objectivity serves compassion only when held lightly. Neuroscience adds a paradox. Stability requires change. The brain's plasticity, its capacity to rewire connections, keeps the sense of self alive. Learning a skill, recovering from loss, adapting to new environments all involve micro-rewrites of identity. The illusion of a constant me persists because memory edits the transitions. We remember snapshots, not the continuous film. Sanity, in this light, is curated storytelling. Psychotherapy works by updating that story. Cognitive behavioral models invite clients to challenge automatic thoughts, the tiny fictions that preserve suffering. When someone shifts from "I always fail" to "sometimes I learn," neurons reconfigure. New narratives overwrite old predictions. Sanity expands. The illusion becomes more flexible, less defensive. Healing is not removing distortion, but replacing rigid distortions with adaptive ones. Social neuroscience highlights the same principle in empathy. The mirror neuron system activates when observing others' actions or emotions, blurring self and other for milliseconds. That blur is miniature insanity, a temporary suspension of boundaries that allows understanding. Compassion, therefore, is a controlled hallucination, feeling another's reality while knowing it is not yours. Without such micro-illusions, cooperation would collapse. Technology increasingly externalizes these processes. Virtual reality immerses users in constructed worlds. Social media curates identities. The mind adapts seamlessly because it is already virtual, its sense of space and self simulated internally. Experiments in perceptual swapping, where subjects view the world through another's eyes via cameras, show how quickly the brain adopts new bodies as self. The boundary of sanity bends easily because it was never fixed. Ethically, recognizing this flexibility invites humility. When we encounter behavior that seems irrational, the question shifts from "what's wrong with them?" to "what model of reality are they using?" Psychologists call this frame empathy, understanding not the content of another's belief, but the structure supporting it. Dialogue across differences becomes translation between mental maps rather than combat over truth. Sanity broadens through curiosity. At the individual level, the illusion of sanity can serve as both anchor and cage. People recovering from trauma often describe periods when the world feels unreal, colors too sharp or distant. These experiences are not madness, but the brain recalibrating its predictive model after shock. With support and time, perception reintegrates. The new sanity is different, wider, tempered by awareness of fragility. Knowing reality can wobble, paradoxically deepens trust in its return. Philosophically, the mind's need for coherence mirrors the universe's tendency toward pattern. Physicists find order emerging from chaos through self-organization. Consciousness performs the same trick with thought. Perhaps sanity is the psyche's version of gravity, holding experience together long enough for meaning to form. The illusion endures because without it, understanding would scatter like dust. Yet, maturity requires glimpsing the illusion without panic. Moments of awe, meditation, or creative flow often dissolve the sense of self temporarily. Far from pathology, these states correlate with increased activity in attention networks and decreased chatter in the default mode network. The result is not confusion, but clarity, perception unfiltered by identity. People describe feeling more real precisely when the illusion of self softens. Sanity, paradoxically, sometimes requires its own suspension. In daily life, cultivating awareness of the illusion grants resilience. When disagreements arise, when anxiety whispers catastrophes, remembering that perception is prediction introduces space for kindness. That pause between stimulus and interpretation is where freedom lives. The sane mind is not the one that never errs, but the one that can notice error without collapsing. Ultimately, the illusion of sanity keeps humanity functional, but awareness of it keeps humanity humane. Between delusion and doubt lies balance. Confidence with curiosity, conviction tempered by flexibility. The mind dreams reality into coherence, and wisdom is waking within the dream without breaking it. To live sanely, perhaps, is to know that normalcy is a story, and to tell it with grace. Empathy is the invisible thread that stitches one consciousness to another. It is not a single feeling, but a choreography between perception, emotion, and imagination. The mind's ability to simulate another's world without leaving its own. From a scientific view, empathy is both ancient and advanced, an evolutionary adaptation for cooperation and a moral technology refined by culture. At the neural level, empathy begins with mirror neurons, specialized cells discovered in the 1990s in the premotor cortex of macaque monkeys. These neurons fired not only when the monkey performed an action, but also when it watched another perform the same action. Later, research in humans revealed similar mechanisms in the inferior frontal gyrus and inferior parietal lobule. The brain, it seems, cannot fully distinguish between doing and observing. To see pain or joy is to echo it. This echo explains the visceral flinch when we witness a scraped knee or the warmth that spreads during another's laughter. The insular and anterior cingulate cortex translate sensory simulation into emotion, allowing us to feel with, rather than merely see. But empathy is more than reflex. The prefrontal cortex evaluates context, deciding when compassion is appropriate and when detachment is necessary. Doctors, therapists, and first responders rely on this modulation to balance care with clarity. The healthiest empathy is calibrated, not limitless. Developmentally, empathy arises early. Infants mimic facial expressions within hours of birth. By age 2, toddlers comfort peers in distress. This early resonance forms the groundwork for social learning. When a caregiver responds sensitively to an infant's cries, the child's brain learns predictability. Emotion expressed leads to comfort received. That loop wires trust, the prototype of empathy turned inward. Later, children apply the same pattern externally, seeing emotion, offering presence, expecting connection. Psychologists divide empathy into affective and cognitive forms. Affective empathy feels another's emotion directly. Cognitive empathy understands it intellectually. A balanced mind blends both, heart perceiving, mind interpreting. Too much affective empathy can overwhelm compassion fatigue, while purely cognitive empathy risks manipulation. The most effective caregivers, leaders, and creators oscillate between the two, reading emotion accurately but responding proportionately. Cultural neuroscience shows empathy's universality and diversity. Brain scans across societies reveal similar networks activating during compassionate response, yet expression differs. Some cultures emphasize emotional resonance, others perspective-taking. Collectivist traditions may experience empathy as shared duty. Individualist cultures frame it as moral choice. Both approaches shape the narrative of what it means to be kind. In essence, empathy is a dialect spoken with different accents but the same grammar. The biology of empathy also explains morality's roots. The oxytocin system, often called the bonding hormone, amplifies social trust. Released through touch, eye contact, and cooperation, oxytocin increases generosity and reduces fear responses in the amygdala. Yet, paradoxically, it can heighten in-group favoritism. The hormone that nurtures also defends. True empathy therefore requires awareness that biology's instinct to protect us must expand to include them. Moral evolution is the widening of empathy's circle. Empathy extends beyond emotion into perception. Artists, writers, and scientists all rely on it to imagine perspectives other than their own. When a novelist crafts a character's sorrow or an engineer designs for user experience, they perform cognitive empathy, constructing internal simulations of unfamiliar minds. Creativity becomes a laboratory for compassion. Through imagination, we test what it feels like to be someone else. Modern psychology identifies empathy as central to emotional intelligence, EQ. The capacity to recognize and regulate emotions in self and others. High EQ individuals navigate conflict more effectively, communicate with nuance, and maintain healthier relationships. Corporations now train empathy as a leadership skill. Educators weave it into curricula. Far from sentimentality, empathy proves practical, a predictor of cooperation, innovation, and resilience. Neuroscientific studies using functional MRI show that empathy is malleable. Mindfulness meditation, compassion exercises, and even fiction reading increase grey matter density in empathy-related regions. Exposure reshapes circuitry. Attention becomes architecture. In this sense, empathy is not a trait, but a muscle. The more it's exercised, the stronger it grows. Philosophically, empathy challenges the notion of isolated selfhood. To empathize is to acknowledge permeability between minds. The boundaries of identity blur, revealing that individuality and interdependence coexist. Existential thinkers like Martin Buber and Emmanuel Levinas described empathy as encounter, the moment I meets thou. In that encounter, moral responsibility awakens, awareness that another consciousness mirrors one's own vulnerability. At its highest form, empathy becomes compassion, a choice to act upon understanding. Feeling another's pain is passive. Relieving it transforms emotion into ethics. Compassion engages the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, integrating emotion with decision-making. Studies of altruism show that helping others activates the brain's reward centers, producing a quiet satisfaction akin to pleasure. Empathy, far from draining, can replenish when expressed through purpose. Still, empathy has boundaries. In an age of constant exposure to global suffering, unfiltered empathy can overwhelm the nervous system. Psychologists advise practicing empathic regulation, recognizing shared pain without absorbing it. Techniques like grounding, perspective-taking, and deliberate rest preserve balance. True empathy, like good music, depends on rhythm, resonance and rest, connection and retreat. Socially, empathy functions as civilization's immune system. It detects distress early, prompting collective response before crisis spreads. When empathy falters through desensitization, prejudice, or digital disconnection, societies grow brittle. Restoring empathy requires environments where vulnerability is safe and listening is rewarded. Every genuine conversation becomes small social repair. Ultimately, empathy is the mind's mirror not just of others, but of itself. In recognizing another's fear or joy, we rediscover our own capacity for feeling. The reflection reminds us that consciousness is plural, interlaced, luminous. To cultivate empathy is to keep that light clear, to ensure the mirror does not cloud with indifference. For in understanding others, we glimpse the larger pattern that binds all minds into one human story. Empathy begins as a spark, but matures into architecture, a framework that organizes relationships, ethics, and even civilization itself. It is the bridge between feeling and meaning, translating emotion into action and awareness into culture. When the spark of empathy catches and spreads through families, communities, and systems, it becomes the quiet force that holds humanity together. In daily life, empathy governs how people interpret the emotions behind words and gestures. Neuropsychology calls this ability theory of mind, the skill of attributing beliefs, desires, and intentions to others. It emerges gradually in childhood as the prefrontal and temporal lobes mature. Around age 4, most children grasp that another person can hold a false belief. This revelation marks the dawn of social cognition, realizing that other minds are distinct yet accessible. The superior temporal sulcus plays a central role in decoding gaze and movement, subtle cues that reveal attention and emotion. Meanwhile, the temporoparietal junction integrates these signals with memory, allowing the observer to infer motive. When these systems operate fluidly, empathy feels effortless, like intuiting another's mood before a word is spoken. When disrupted, as in certain neurodevelopmental conditions, social interpretation requires conscious effort. Understanding these differences expands empathy itself, inviting patience toward diverse ways of perceiving. Empathy's social function extends far beyond individual connection. Evolutionary biologists argue that cooperation, driven by empathy, was key to Homo sapiens' survival. Groups that shared food, protected offspring, and mourned loss developed deeper bonds, enhancing collective resilience. Mirror neurons, oxytocin and dopamine together created a neurochemical economy where kindness rewarded both giver and receiver. From this chemistry emerged morality, ritual, and art, the languages of belonging. Cultural empathy is the next frontier. In an interconnected world, individuals encounter minds shaped by vastly different histories and values. Genuine understanding demands humility, the willingness to let another's story modify one's own. Anthropologists describe this as cultural attunement, sensing the emotional logic within foreign customs. It does not require agreement, only presence. When practiced sincerely, it dissolves stereotypes and replaces them with narrative. Education systems now experiment with empathy-based curricula. Programs integrating literature, dialogue, and service learning demonstrate measurable increases in compassion and conflict resolution. Students exposed to diverse narratives show reduced implicit bias. The mechanism is simple but profound. When imagination rehearses compassion often enough, behavior follows. Neural imaging confirms that recurring perspective-taking strengthens the same circuits activated during real-world empathy. In short, the mind learns compassion by pretending it already has it. Relationships provide the most vivid laboratory for empathy. Couples who engage in active listening, reflecting and validating each other's emotions show greater satisfaction and physiological synchronization. Heart rate and breathing align during authentic dialogue, measurable through cardiac coherence. Love, then, is not only emotional but rhythmic. Two nervous systems learning to share tempo. Even disagreements, when met with curiosity instead of defense, deepen connection. The goal is not perfect understanding, but continuous calibration. Technology complicates empathy's evolution. Digital communication conveys words but strips tone, gesture, and scent, the ancient cues of emotional context. Without these, interpretation falters and empathy wanes. Psychologists term this digital disinhibition, the tendency to dehumanize behind screens. Yet, technology also expands empathy's reach. Virtual reality experiences place users in simulated environments of poverty or migration, eliciting genuine compassion measurable in prosocial behavior. The challenge lies not in the tools, but in intention, designing technology that mirrors humanity instead of masking it. Neuroscientists studying compassion meditation reveal plasticity at astonishing scales. Monks with tens of thousands of practice hours show amplified activity in the insular and anterior cingulate cortex, regions tied to empathy and emotional regulation. But ordinary participants, after only weeks of daily compassion training, display similar trends. The conclusion is both hopeful and humbling. Empathy is not a gift of saints, but a skill of attention. The more you practice seeing others clearly, the more the brain reshapes to sustain that clarity. Ethically, empathy faces paradoxes. Excessive identification with suffering can paralyze action, a phenomenon known as empathetic distress. Moral philosophers differentiate this from compassion, which couples understanding with agency. The nurse who remains steady in crisis, the advocate who channels outrage into reform, they demonstrate empathy transformed into resilience. The key lies in boundary awareness, recognizing that feeling another's pain does not require inheriting it. On the societal level, empathy drives justice movements and humanitarian efforts, yet it also demands discernment. Studies show that people empathize more readily with individuals than with groups, a bias called the identifiable victim effect. A single face moves hearts more than abstract statistics. Effective empathy, therefore, depends on imagination, expanding the mind's capacity to care beyond personal proximity. Art, storytelling, and education serve as empathy's multipliers, giving voice to the unseen. Neuroethics introduces another layer. As brain imaging grows more precise, scientists explore whether empathy can be artificially enhanced through stimulation, neurofeedback, or pharmacology. Advocates foresee reduced aggression. Critics warn of engineered sentiment. True empathy, they argue, cannot be imposed. It must be chosen. Perhaps the ultimate safeguard of empathy is freedom. Compassion meaningful only when voluntary. Philosophically, empathy questions individuality itself. When consciousness resonates across boundaries, where does one person end and another begin? Mystics describe moments of empathy so deep, they dissolve the distinction altogether. I replaced by we. Neuroscience calls this self-other merging, detectable as overlapping neural activation between perception of self and other. Whether mystical or material, the effect is the same. Empathy blurs isolation into belonging. The mirror of empathy, when polished, reflects not only faces, but futures. Every act of understanding ripples outward into policy, culture, and memory. Empathy shapes how societies treat the vulnerable, how justice is balanced with mercy, how technology is guided by conscience. It is not weakness, but wisdom, the evolutionary leap from survival to significance. Ultimately, empathy is how the universe experiences itself through human awareness. When one mind recognizes another, existence becomes dialogue rather than monologue. To cultivate empathy is to affirm that consciousness is shared, light refracted through countless lenses. Each reflection refines the next until clarity spreads, slowly, imperfectly, beautifully, through the collective mind of our species. By 2023, the Biden presidency had settled into a strange rhythm. Half administration, half investigation. Every policy victory seemed paired with another headline about probes, hearings, or accusations. For a man who had built his image on empathy and experience, the scrutiny was relentless. His challenge wasn't just governing, it was proving that his long career in Washington hadn't quietly absorbed the same shadows he'd promised to dispel. The investigations came from every direction. House committees led by Republican lawmakers launched inquiries into the Hunter Biden business dealings, alleging influence peddling and corruption tied to foreign interests. Emails, bank records, and testimonies became political ammunition. They painted a picture of blurred lines, of family members capitalizing on the Biden name to secure contracts in Ukraine, China, and beyond. So far, no hard evidence directly implicated the president himself. Federal prosecutors and a special counsel confirmed as much. Yet the insinuations persisted, fueled by media cycles that cared less for proof than for narrative symmetry. If Trump faced indictments, then surely Biden must have something hiding in the shadows too. The hunt for balance became its own story, a political mirror war where perception counted more than law. At the heart of it all stood Hunter Biden, a man whose private struggles had become public currency. Addiction, broken relationships, and controversial business ventures filled court filings and cable panels alike. His plea deal over tax and firearm charges collapsed in 2023, triggering new indictments. For most families, such pain would be private. For the Bidens, it was broadcast nightly. Opponents seized on the optics: Air Force One trips, White House visits, photographs of father and son amid investigations. Supporters countered with compassion, reminding the public that the president's empathy came from loss, not calculation. "He loves his son," said one advisor, "but he governs for everyone." The line blurred quickly in the noise. Meanwhile, another thread unraveled: the classified documents case. Papers from Biden's vice presidential years, some marked top secret, were discovered in his home garage and private office. The image of folders near his vintage Corvette became political meme fodder. The White House cooperated with investigators, inviting the FBI to search voluntarily, but the optics were toxic. Only months earlier, Biden had condemned Trump for hoarding files at Mar-a-Lago. Now the contrast looked hypocritical, even if the legal circumstances differed. Special counsel Robert Hur's review eventually found no criminal intent. Biden's actions were deemed careless, not corrupt. Yet the report's language, describing the president as an elderly man with a poor memory, sparked its own firestorm. Republicans called it proof of unfitness. Democrats called it disrespectful. Biden himself bristled at the phrasing, insisting his mind was sharp, his purpose clear. But politics rarely forgives perception. In an era of viral headlines, nuance is the first casualty. Across Washington, the investigations became less about justice and more about performance. Hearings were televised like courtroom dramas. Subpoenas were timed for primetime news. Each revelation, real or speculative, fed the cycle of outrage. The truth no longer mattered as much as the soundbite. The presidency once revered as a moral compass, had become a courtroom stage. Still, Biden endured. His approval ratings wavered, his temper sometimes flared, but his instinct for survival held. He passed infrastructure reforms, steered NATO through a European war, and rebuilt economic alliances strained by years of nationalist policy. To supporters, these were achievements that dwarfed the noise. To critics, they were distractions from accountability. The paradox was total. A president both embattled and effective, both questioned and consistent. The deeper question, though, wasn't whether Joe Biden committed crimes. It was whether America still believed in clean governance at all. After decades of scandals from both parties, the public's faith in institutions had thinned to transparency. Every politician seemed compromised, every headline partisan. Biden's administration became another Rorschach test. Some saw decency under fire, others saw corruption disguised as compassion. The congressional probes stretched on through 2024, each yielding less clarity and more polarization. Witnesses contradicted one another. Documents appeared, disappeared, reappeared. At the end of countless hours of testimony, the conclusion was both simple and unsatisfying. No evidence of presidential wrongdoing, but plenty of ethical fog. For Biden, the toll was personal. Friends described a man frustrated not by the attacks themselves, but by what they represented. That half a century of public service could be reduced to guilt by association. He often quoted an old line of his, "Don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative." In the landscape of modern American politics, that alternative was chaos. By the time he entered his re-election campaign, Biden's message was less about vision and more about contrast. He cast himself as the stable hand in a country addicted to turmoil. The investigations, he argued, were proof of transparency, that his administration didn't hide behind executive privilege or vengeance. His opponents called it spin. His allies called it resilience. The voters, weary of endless scandals, called it noise. In the end, the story of Joe Biden's scrutiny reflects something larger than one man. It's about a system that now devours its own, a democracy where every leader inherits not just power, but suspicion. The criminal pasts explored in earlier chapters were marked by secrecy and scandal. The modern version is marked by exposure and exhaustion. Every email, every document, every relative becomes potential evidence of something. If Trump blurred the line between crime and politics, Biden blurred the line between politics and perception of crime. The difference is subtle but seismic. In Trump's America, wrongdoing was flaunted. In Biden's, it's implied. And the result is the same, a public too divided to tell the difference. Joe Biden's legacy, when written, may not center on legislation or diplomacy, but on endurance, on his ability to stand once again in the storm. From the Senate corridors of the 1970s to the glare of 21st century scrutiny, he's been both survivor and symbol. His scandals, such as they are, reveal less about intent than about the state of the system itself. Because in today's America, innocence isn't enough. It must also be believed. And belief, like power, is something every president eventually loses. Morality is the compass humanity built to navigate the wilderness of choice. It claims to point toward right and wrong, yet its needle trembles whenever circumstance shifts. The paradox of morality lies in its dual nature, a structure meant to guide, and a mirror that reveals our contradictions. Science and philosophy now agree that moral judgment is neither purely rational nor purely emotional. It is an intricate dialogue between the brain's instinctive circuits and its reflective ones. Neuroscientist Joshua Green once described moral reasoning as a tug-of-war between two ancient systems. The limbic network, home to the amygdala and ventromedial prefrontal cortex, reacts quickly and emotionally to harm. The dorsolateral prefrontal cortex deliberates more slowly, weighing consequences and rules. When faced with a moral dilemma, whether to lie to protect a friend or tell the truth and cause pain, these systems light up like rival constellations. The mind feels the pull of empathy and the call of logic at once. Morality emerges not as commandment, but as compromise. Evolutionary psychology traces this compromise to survival. Early humans thrived in groups. Cooperation increased the odds of safety and food. Empathy favored kin selection. Protecting relatives ensured the passage of shared genes. Yet too much altruism invited exploitation. Natural selection therefore shaped a balancing instinct. Help others, but not at unlimited cost. What we now call moral intuition began as a biological negotiation between generosity and self-preservation. Anthropologists studying hunter-gatherer tribes find evidence of this equilibrium in social sanctions. Generosity is praised, greed punished, but excessive self-sacrifice viewed with suspicion. The moral hero and the fool often occupy the same body. Across time and culture, moral codes evolve to sustain collective stability rather than absolute virtue. In that sense, morality is less a divine decree than a social technology, an algorithm for cooperation written in emotion. Cognitive science reveals how this algorithm operates. The moral foundations theory, proposed by Jonathan Haidt and colleagues, identifies core dimensions such as care, fairness, loyalty, authority, and purity. Different cultures, even political ideologies, weight these foundations differently. Liberals emphasize care and fairness. Conservatives prioritize loyalty and authority. Both sides believe they defend universal good, yet each selects from the same psychological palette. The paradox deepens. Morality divides precisely because everyone feels morally certain. Certainty, however, is a neurological comfort. The brain seeks closure. Ambiguity taxes its predictive circuits. When confronted with moral grey zones, the anterior cingulate cortex activates, signaling cognitive conflict. Rather than linger in uncertainty, most people resolve tension by reinforcing prior beliefs. This explains why moral arguments rarely convert opponents. The reward system prizes consistency over correction. True moral growth therefore requires tolerating dissonance long enough for reflection to reshape instinct. History chronicles this slow evolution. Practices once defended as moral, slavery, exclusion, persecution, became intolerable when empathy outpaced tradition. Each shift followed the same pattern, imagination expanding the circle of concern. Philosopher Peter Singer calls it the expanding moral circle. Neuroscience would describe it as the prefrontal cortex overriding tribal amygdala cues. Morality, viewed biologically, is empathy, learning to think globally. Yet intellect alone cannot sustain virtue. Experiments show that people under cognitive load, fatigue, hunger, stress, revert to instinctive bias. Moral behavior declines when the brain's energy wanes. This fragility explains why moral education must include emotional regulation and rest as much as reasoning. Ethics is not only philosophy, it is neurochemistry maintained through well-being. Religious traditions codified morality long before neuroscience mapped it. Commandments, rituals, and stories externalized conscience, turning inner intuition into collective law. Whether inscribed on stone or scripture, these systems provided moral scaffolding across generations. Sociologists observe that even secular societies retain ritualized morality. Pledges, ceremonies, public apologies, echoes of ancient discipline translated into civic form. The content changes, but the psychological need for shared rules endures. The paradox intensifies in modern times. Global communication exposes moral relativism. One culture's virtue may be another's vice. Digital platforms accelerate outrage, rewarding moral expression over moral reflection. Algorithms amplify certainty, shrinking nuance into slogans. The same empathy that once bound small tribes now collides at planetary scale, overwhelming the nervous system. Humanity faces an evolutionary challenge: to expand compassion faster than technology multiplies conflict. Philosophers suggest that resolving the paradox requires recognizing morality as process, not product. It is a verb, to moralize, the continuous act of aligning behavior with evolving understanding. In this frame, contradictions become fuel for progress. When compassion and justice clash, the tension itself signals moral growth, forcing re-examination of principle. Ethics lives not in commandments, but in conversation. Neuroscience supports this dynamic view. Studies on moral reframing show that when individuals articulate values in others' moral language, appealing to loyalty rather than fairness, for example, dialogue improves. The prefrontal cortex responds positively to perspective-taking, reducing defensive amygdala activation. Empathy thus re-enters the moral circuit as lubricant for reasoning. Morality without empathy becomes rule. Empathy without reasoning becomes chaos. The paradox resolves only when both harmonize. At its core, morality reflects the human struggle to integrate emotions' immediacy with intellect's abstraction. We feel first, reason later, justify afterward. Knowing this does not weaken ethics, it humbles it. The realization that moral conviction is partly physiological invites compassion toward opponents and vigilance toward oneself. The moral mind, aware of its own wiring, can choose humility over judgment. Ultimately, morality's paradox is its beauty. It proves that goodness is not fixed, but alive, responsive to context, enriched by doubt, sustained by empathy. The moral journey is less about purity than participation, engaging daily in the imperfect art of choosing what helps life flourish. The compass trembles, yet it still points somewhere, to the shared horizon where self-interest and compassion finally converge. Morality's contradictions don't vanish with progress. They multiply as knowledge expands. Each new discovery widens the circle of responsibility and forces the question: how far does goodness reach before it breaks under its own weight? The 21st century mind lives inside that tension, wired for empathy, flooded with information, and searching for ethical clarity in a world where every choice seems connected to unseen consequences. Cognitive scientists describe moral judgment as a dual process system. Intuitive responses arise within milliseconds, guided by emotion and social conditioning. Reflective reasoning follows seconds later, rationalizing instinct into principle. This sequence means that people often feel a moral stance before they can explain it. In fMRI studies, subjects deciding moral dilemmas show early activation in the limbic regions and later engagement of the prefrontal cortex. The story of ethics, in neurological time, begins with the heart and ends with the head. But emotion and reason do not always harmonize. Consider the phenomenon of moral luck, when outcomes beyond one's control influence moral judgment. Two drivers make the same reckless turn. One causes harm, the other does not. Society forgives the fortunate and condemns the unlucky, revealing that morality often measures consequence more than intention. Philosophers debate this bias, but neuroscience suggests its roots lie in the brain's empathy circuits. We react more strongly to visible suffering than to hypothetical risk. The moral sense evolved to protect, not to calculate. At the cultural level, morality functions as a feedback loop between norms and identity. Communities teach right and wrong through narrative, myths, parables, laws that encode survival strategies. Over generations, these narratives solidify into moral intuitions, transmitted less through argument than imitation. Children observe which behaviors earn praise or disapproval long before they can define ethics. Language later rationalizes what emotion has already learned. This is why moral change requires storytelling as much as policy. Laws shift faster than hearts, but hearts sustain the shift. The neuroscience of guilt and redemption underscores morality's social purpose. The insula activates during guilt, producing visceral discomfort. The anterior cingulate cortex signals conflict between action and value. Apology or restitution releases dopamine, rewarding moral repair. The brain, in essence, encourages reconciliation because community stability benefits survival. Yet when guilt exceeds context, it curdles into shame, self-punishment without restitution. Healthy morality therefore distinguishes between error that can be amended and identity that must be condemned. Morality also evolves with technology. Artificial intelligence, genetic editing, and climate ethics force new versions of ancient questions. What is life? What is fairness? Who bears responsibility for consequences beyond intention? The moral instincts forged in small tribes now govern planetary systems. Psychologists warn of moral fatigue, the exhaustion that follows constant ethical vigilance. The solution may lie in collective empathy, distributing responsibility through cooperation rather than individual guilt. A global conscience requires shared imagination. In practice, morality often reveals itself through paradoxical virtues. Humility demands confidence enough to admit ignorance. Justice requires mercy to remain just. Freedom depends on restraint to stay free. Each virtue contains its opposite, creating dynamic balance rather than static perfection. This dialectic appears across wisdom traditions: the Taoist yin and yang, the Aristotelian golden mean, the Buddhist middle path. Modern psychology echoes them all through the concept of integration, the healthy mind harmonizing opposing drives rather than repressing them. Empathy serves as morality's emotional compass, but reasoning supplies the map. When empathy narrows, bias grows. When reasoning isolates, coldness follows. Experiments show that moral reasoning improves when individuals alternate between first-person and third-person perspectives, imagining themselves both actor and observer. This shift recruits the medial prefrontal cortex and temporal parietal junction, expanding moral imagination. In short, ethics deepens when perspective rotates. Societies mirror this neural rhythm. Periods of moral certainty, dogma, ideology eventually confront dissonance and yield to reform. Each generation redraws boundaries once thought fixed. Abolition, suffrage, civil rights, environmentalism all began as moral heresies before becoming moral consensus. The paradox of morality is thus its fluidity. To remain good, it must change. To change, it must admit its past errors. Progress is self-correction written across centuries. Yet morality's flexibility also invites manipulation. Propaganda exploits moral emotion, fear, outrage, purity, to bind groups together against imagined threats. Neuroscience shows that moral anger activates reward circuits, creating addiction to righteousness. Digital media amplifies this feedback loop, rewarding outrage with visibility. The result is performative morality, signaling virtue without substance. Genuine ethics, by contrast, operates quietly, measured in consistent action rather than proclamation. Philosophically, morality's paradox might resolve only in humility. The 18th century thinker David Hume warned that reason is the servant of passion. Kant insisted that duty must transcend emotion. Both were half right. Modern cognitive science confirms that feeling initiates moral concern while principle organizes it. Morality therefore thrives in partnership between empathy's warmth and reason's clarity. Neither saintly compassion nor cold logic alone sustains justice. Together, they create the pulse of conscience. On an individual level, moral maturity resembles psychological integration. Early moral reasoning, what developmental theorist Lawrence Kohlberg called the pre-conventional stage, focuses on reward and punishment. Later stages consider law, social contract, and universal principle. But the highest level transcends rule altogether, guided by inner coherence rather than external approval. Moral wisdom thus echoes neural coherence, distinct networks communicating harmoniously. The mature conscience listens to emotion, consults reason, and chooses with awareness. In a universe vast and indifferent, morality is humanity's declaration of meaning. It transforms survival into significance by asserting that how we live matters as much as that we live. The paradox remains that moral systems are human inventions attempting to define an order larger than humanity. But perhaps that humility is the point. Our ethics may never be absolute, yet they prove that consciousness seeks harmony even when certainty eludes it. Morality, then, is not perfection but participation in an endless experiment, testing what kindness can endure, what justice can forgive, what empathy can include. The compass still trembles, but movement itself is direction. The paradox doesn't dissolve. It guides, reminding every generation that doubt is not the enemy of virtue, but its guardian. In questioning right and wrong, we keep both alive. Memory is the architect of identity, designing the structure that allows consciousness to recognize itself from one moment to the next. Every thought, decision, and emotion rests on the scaffolding of what the brain remembers. Without memory, the present would collapse into an unending now, a series of sensations without story. To remember is to link, to connect experience into sequence, to transform time into meaning. In the biological theater of the brain, the hippocampus plays the role of archivist. Nestled deep within the temporal lobes, it encodes new experiences, determining which impressions deserve long-term preservation. Surrounding it, the amygdala tags emotional significance, ensuring that charged moments, love, fear, joy, receive priority. The prefrontal cortex, meanwhile, oversees retrieval, deciding which files to open when the mind recalls the past. Together, these regions form a network, both mechanical and poetic, an electrochemical symphony that transforms life into narrative. Memory is not a single process, but a constellation of them. Sensory memory captures the first instant, holding an image or sound for less than a second. Short-term memory then stores it briefly, a mental notepad that fades within minutes unless rehearsed. Long-term memory, encoded through repeated activation, can last a lifetime, but only by constant reconstruction. Neuroscientists now know that every recall alters the original trace. To remember is to rewrite. The past lives not as static film, but as a story edited each time it's told. Emotion determines which scenes endure. When adrenaline surges, neurons release norepinephrine, strengthening synaptic connections in the amygdala and hippocampus. That is why moments of intensity, a first kiss, a close call, a sudden revelation, seem etched in crystal. Yet this selectivity distorts reality. The emotional spotlight brightens certain memories while leaving others in shadow. The mind becomes a biased historian, chronicling what felt important rather than what was accurate. Sleep performs memory's most delicate work. During slow-wave sleep, the hippocampus replays the day's neural patterns, transferring them to the neocortex for long-term storage. In REM sleep, those fragments blend with imagination, producing dreams that integrate old and new experiences. The dreaming brain is an editor, cutting and resequencing footage until the narrative feels coherent. Wakefulness begins with the illusion of continuity, built overnight from scattered impressions. Philosophically, memory is both bridge and filter. It anchors selfhood, allowing a person to say I, but it also protects by omission. Forgetting is not failure, it is function. The brain's synaptic pruning eliminates redundant connections to preserve efficiency. Just as a sculptor removes marble to reveal form, forgetting shapes clarity. Without it, consciousness would drown in detail. The paradox of memory is that loss is the price of coherence. The working memory system, managed by the prefrontal cortex, orchestrates the present using fragments of the past. It holds about 7 items at once, digits, words, images, before overload triggers error. Training this capacity through focus or meditation strengthens attention networks and reduces impulsivity. Psychologists often describe working memory as the mind stage. Only what stands under the spotlight of attention enters awareness. Everything else waits in the wings, influencing mood and decision without notice. Memory also obeys patterns of association. One image sparks another through neural networks that cluster related concepts. This associative structure explains why scent can transport a person decades backward, or why music revives forgotten feelings. Olfactory pathways connect directly to the limbic system, bypassing rational filters. The result is time travel by aroma, a sensory bridge across years. The architecture of memory is emotional first, logical second. Collective memory operates on similar principles. Societies remember through stories, monuments, and rituals that encode identity. History itself functions as cultural hippocampus, preserving lessons and warnings. Yet just like individual recollection, collective memory edits for coherence. Myths simplify, commemorate, or conceal depending on what the present needs. Nations, like minds, curate their past to sustain continuity. Cultural maturity begins when a society can remember truthfully without disintegrating. Neuroscientific research into autobiographical memory shows that recalling the past activates many of the same networks used for imagining the future. The brain reuses its creative machinery for both directions of time. This overlap suggests that identity is not anchored in what was, but in what can be imagined from what was. We become authors of the self, revising the manuscript through each recollection. Memory is not storage, it is storytelling with neurons. The fragility of recall can be both gift and vulnerability. Eyewitness studies reveal how easily suggestion alters detail. Confidence in a memory rarely guarantees accuracy. Each retrieval opens the record for editing, allowing imagination to slip into evidence. Yet this same plasticity enables healing. Memory reconsolidation therapy leverages the window of reactivation to overwrite traumatic associations with calm context. The brain's fallibility becomes its redemption. Emotionally, memory sustains continuity of love and loss. To grieve is to inhabit spaces where memory exceeds presence. Neuroscience finds that recalling loved ones activates reward circuits as if they were still near. Proof that bonds persist as neural architecture. Gratitude practices strengthen these same pathways, teaching the brain to dwell on nurturing recollections rather than regret. Through selective remembrance, people sculpt resilience. The philosophy of memory reaches beyond biology into metaphysics. If each recall reshapes the past, then identity is a verb, a process of remembering ourselves into being. The self becomes a dynamic archive, constantly updated, never final. This understanding reframes nostalgia not as yearning for a fixed moment, but as dialogue between versions of the self across time. To remember wisely is to converse with who we were and who we might still become. In the end, the architecture of memory reveals consciousness as both engineer and inhabitant of its own design. Each neuron is a brick, each pattern a corridor through which thought travels. The mind walks these halls daily, lighting different rooms depending on mood and meaning. Some doors remain locked, others open unexpectedly when a melody or fragrance turns the handle. Within this labyrinth, we find not a perfect record, but a living home, fragile, evolving, luminous, with traces of everything we have ever been. Memory is both architect and archaeologist, forever building the self while simultaneously excavating it. Each recollection is a reconstruction project, fragments retrieved from the vaults of the mind, reassembled with fresh materials from the present. The past, therefore, is never ancient. It lives in perpetual renovation, every act of remembering adding a new layer of interpretation to the structure beneath. Neuroscientists describe this phenomenon as reconsolidation. When a memory is reactivated, the neural connections that encode it temporarily soften, like mortar warmed by sunlight. During this window, new information can merge with the old before the memory solidifies again. This process allows learning, adaptation, and distortion. The mind edits constantly, upgrading the architecture to reflect current understanding. The cost of flexibility is accuracy. The reward is resilience. Emotion plays the role of interior designer. Joy brightens rooms of recall. Fear drapes them in shadow. The amygdala, which flags emotional salience, determines how vividly an experience will be stored. But it also ensures that strong feelings can alter memory's design long after the event. When fear subsides, for instance, the amygdala's quiet allows the hippocampus to reframe what happened, transforming terror into lesson, pain into perspective. This adaptive editing keeps the psyche from becoming a museum of trauma. It turns memory into a classroom instead. At the social level, memory weaves the tapestry of collective identity. Communities remember through ritual and record, songs, monuments, anniversaries that transform private recollection into shared meaning. Psychologists term this transactive memory, a system in which groups distribute knowledge among members. One person remembers procedure, another history, a third emotion. Together, they form a single cognitive organism. Families, institutions, and nations all depend on this collaborative architecture. Forgetting, too, becomes social. Selective amnesia that preserves unity by omitting discord. Cultural maturity, as with personal growth, demands courage to restore the hidden rooms of history. Technology extends memory's reach while complicating its nature. Digital archives promise perfect recall, photos, messages, endless data, but perfection erodes intimacy. The human brain evolved to forget strategically, filtering meaning from noise. When nothing is forgotten, memory becomes clutter rather than clarity. Cognitive scientists warn that externalizing recall to devices weakens internal encoding. The more we rely on screens to remember, the less deeply experiences embed in neural circuits. Paradoxically, digital permanence produces emotional shallowness. Authentic memory requires engagement, not storage. Yet technology also democratizes remembrance. Online communities document collective experiences once lost to silence. Oral histories, grassroots archives, lived realities outside official narratives. These digital memories challenge authority and widen empathy, turning history from monologue to conversation. The architecture of memory is expanding, no longer confined to the brain, but networked across humanity's shared circuits. Within the individual mind, memory is the thread connecting emotion, imagination, and prediction. The hippocampus not only recalls, but also simulates. It uses fragments of past experiences to imagine possible futures. This overlap explains why anticipation feels familiar, because the brain constructs tomorrow using yesterday's blueprints. Psychologists call this episodic future thinking, memory's creative twin. The same neurons that retrieve also invent, proving that remembrance is an act of foresight as much as hindsight. Philosophically, this entwining of memory and imagination challenges the notion of linear time. The self becomes a loop rather than a line, with the past feeding the future through the present. When people revisit cherished memories, the body reproduces original sensations, heart rate, warmth, subtle tension, demonstrating that the past can inhabit the present physically. In this way, memory defies chronology, functioning as a living organ rather than static record. Dreams are memory's nocturnal workshop. While consciousness sleeps, the default mode network reorganizes fragments of experience, integrating emotion with cognition. The bizarre narratives of dreams reflect the brain's effort to link disparate memories into broader understanding. Upon waking, fragments remain, symbols awaiting interpretation. Dreaming thus refines the architecture by connecting rooms previously walled apart, expanding corridors between emotion and meaning. Memory's fallibility, often lamented, is the same quality that allows forgiveness. To forget completely would be annihilation, but to remember too perfectly would be imprisonment. Healthy minds balance recall with release. Studies show that actively reframing negative memories, changing focus from pain to insight, reduces stress hormones and rewires neural connections toward resilience. The act of reinterpretation is both mental renovation and emotional liberation. Language anchors this process. Naming memories transforms them from sensations into narratives. The left temporal lobe stores verbal detail, while the right hemisphere retains imagery and tone. Storytelling unites both, integrating rational and emotional recall into coherent identity. This is why therapy, memoir, and conversation heal. By narrating experience, the mind arranges its architecture into rooms that can be visited without fear. Collective storytelling performs the same function at scale. When cultures confront painful pasts through truth commissions or art, they engage in communal reconsolidation, updating the moral architecture of memory. Acknowledgement becomes renovation, allowing societies to inhabit their histories without collapse. Just as neurons strengthen connections through repeated activation, nations mature through deliberate remembrance. On a spiritual level, many traditions view memory as soul's archive, a continuity that outlives the body. Whether or not one accepts that belief, the metaphor holds psychological truth. Memory grants mortality a sense of narrative closure. To recall and to be recalled are the twin assurances that existence mattered. Even fleeting moments once remembered resist oblivion. Ultimately, the architecture of memory is the architecture of meaning. Each recollection is a window, each emotion a pillar, each story a bridge between isolation and connection. The mind, in building these structures, constructs a home large enough to contain contradiction, joy and sorrow, loss and renewal, fact and imagination. Within that home, the self walks endlessly, exploring familiar halls illuminated by new understanding. To live is to build this inner city of light and shadow, where every memory is both map and mirror. Some streets lead backward, others forward, but all converge on the present, the only moment in which the architect continues to design. Memory is not what we keep, it is what keeps us. Desire is the current that keeps consciousness in motion. It begins as a spark in the nervous system and becomes the invisible hand that writes every human story. From the craving for warmth and food to the longing for knowledge, love, and transcendence, desire pulls the mind forward through time. It is both architect and arsonist, building civilizations even as it burns through contentment. Biologically, desire originates in the mesolimbic dopamine pathway, the circuit that links the ventral tegmental area to the nucleus accumbens. Dopamine, often mislabeled as the pleasure chemical, is really a messenger of anticipation. It fires not when reward arrives, but when the brain expects it. The thrill of pursuit, not possession, fuels motivation. This subtle trick of chemistry explains why satisfaction fades quickly. The brain, designed for motion, finds rest intolerable. Once a goal is reached, dopamine subsides and attention drifts toward the next horizon. Desire renews itself by disappearing. Neuroscientist Kent Berridge distinguishes between wanting and liking. Wanting arises from dopamine's restless call. Liking depends on opioids and endorphins that register actual pleasure. In a balanced mind, the two align, effort rewarded by joy. In imbalance, wanting outruns liking, producing endless chase without fulfillment. This mismatch lies at the root of addiction, consumerism, and restless ambition. Desire, untethered from satisfaction, becomes hunger for its own echo. Philosophers have long mapped this terrain. Plato described eros as the soul's yearning for beauty, the recognition of incompleteness seeking completion. In Buddhism, desire, tanha, is the cause of suffering, yet its transformation into compassionate aspiration leads to liberation. Modern psychology translates these insights into motivation theory. Every goal hides a deeper emotional need: security, belonging, purpose. When unmet needs disguise themselves as material wants, desire multiplies without end. The orbitofrontal cortex, which evaluates reward value, constantly updates expectations based on context. It learns through contrast, sweetness after salt, triumph after struggle. Without opposition, pleasure dulls. This relativity means that satisfaction depends less on what we possess than on what we remember and imagine. The mind compares present reward against internal narrative, measuring not abundance but change. Desire thus operates like an emotional gyroscope, seeking movement rather than arrival. Emotion gives desire color. The amygdala amplifies intensity, the insula registers bodily craving, the prefrontal cortex weighs impulse against consequence. Their dialogue defines maturity, impulse moderated by insight. Children live in the immediacy of wanting. Adults, ideally, learn to negotiate with it. Yet even wisdom cannot extinguish yearning. It can only refine its object. The sage still desires, but for harmony instead of dominance, for meaning rather than novelty. Sociology reveals how collective desire shapes history. Economic systems channel craving into production. Art sublimates it into beauty. Advertising hijacks neural reward circuits by promising symbolic completion, status, love, belonging through consumption. The marketplace becomes a mirror of longing, reflecting the psyche's search for self in material form. Yet, desire's shadow appears when abundance breeds emptiness. Studies show that beyond a threshold of comfort, increased wealth yields diminishing happiness. The brain adapts, dopamine resets, satisfaction demands scarcity to survive. Creativity thrives within this paradox. The artist's restlessness, the scientist's curiosity, the lover's devotion, all spring from the tension between vision and reality. Desire imagines what is not yet, turning absence into invention. The default mode network, active during daydreaming, collaborates with the executive network to translate fantasy into form. Innovation, therefore, is disciplined desire, the marriage of yearning and focus. Without longing, imagination starves. Without discipline, it dissolves. Psychologists studying motivation distinguish between intrinsic and extrinsic desire. Intrinsic motivation arises from enjoyment of the act itself, painting for pleasure, learning for wonder. Extrinsic motivation seeks external reward, praise, profit, validation. The former sustains energy and well-being, the latter burns quickly, demanding constant reinforcement. Experiments confirm that rewarding an intrinsically joyful task can diminish interest once the reward stops, a phenomenon called the over-justification effect. Genuine fulfillment depends on reconnecting desire with curiosity rather than approval. Spiritual traditions reinterpret this in moral terms. Desire purified becomes devotion. Desire distorted becomes attachment. The same fire that enslaves the ego can illuminate purpose when directed towards service. Neuropsychology supports this metaphor. Altruistic behavior activates the same reward pathways as self-gratification, yet with longer-lasting satisfaction. The brain finds deeper pleasure in meaning than in indulgence. Still, the shadow persists. When desire fixates on control of outcomes, others, or the self, it transforms from energy into anxiety. The anterior cingulate cortex registers conflict between longing and reality, producing the ache of frustration. Acceptance releases this tension, allowing desire to return to motion. Mindfulness doesn't erase wanting. It observes its rise and fall until craving reveals its rhythm. Awareness becomes the leash that lets the wild horse run without wrecking the rider. In social life, empathy moderates desire's shadow. Recognizing others as equally desiring beings softens self-centered pursuit into cooperation. The neurochemical oxytocin bridges this transition, blending pleasure with trust. Love, at its healthiest, is reciprocal motivation, each person's joy amplified by the other's existence. When empathy fades, desire reverts to consumption. When empathy thrives, it becomes communion. Ultimately, desire is neither virtue nor vice, but vitality, the pulse that animates existence. Every discovery, reform, and work of art began as a restlessness, a refusal to accept the world as finished. The shadow of desire only darkens when it forgets its source. The longing not merely to possess, but to connect, to create, to continue. Balanced with awareness, desire is the universe remembering itself through human yearning. In the quiet after fulfillment, when dopamine settles and thought turns inward, one truth remains. We live not by what we achieve, but by what we reach for. The chase itself is consciousness in motion, the shadow that proves the fire still burns. Desire is the motion of mind translated into the choreography of the world. It directs attention, gathers memory, and pulls imagination toward a horizon that forever recedes. In every ambition, affection, or idea lies a trace of wanting, an unspoken sentence that begins if only. To live is to follow that sentence through its many endings and discover that fulfillment is never a place, but a pattern. Neuroscience shows that this pattern depends on balance between two networks. The salience network, anchored in the insular and anterior cingulate, detects what matters. The default mode network spins that importance into narrative. Desire begins as a signal, this is significant, and then becomes a story, this will make me whole. When the signal overwhelms reflection, craving rules. When reflection dulls the signal, apathy sets in. Emotional health lies in the oscillation, enough fire to move, enough awareness to steer. Psychologists studying long-term motivation find that sustainable desire is rhythmic rather than constant. Peaks of pursuit alternate with valleys of rest in a cycle of engagement and integration. Athletes call it recovery, artists call it incubation, monks call it stillness. During these intervals, dopamine quiets and the brain consolidates reward into meaning. Without rest, ambition corrodes into compulsion. Without movement, stillness decays into stagnation. In relationships, desire acts as both magnet and mirror. The early rush of attraction floods the brain with dopamine, norepinephrine, and phenylethylamine, sharpening focus and erasing doubt. Over time, if trust and empathy mature, the chemistry shifts toward oxytocin and vasopressin, hormones of attachment and stability. Neuroscience thus confirms what poets knew. Passion is the ignition. Companionship is the flame that sustains. When partners learn to see desire as evolving energy rather than fading spark, love becomes renewal instead of repetition. Yet the shadow of desire appears when the object eclipses the process. When wanting turns possessive, curiosity hardens into control. The orbitofrontal cortex, evaluating reward value, can misfire under obsession, assigning infinite worth to finite things. This distortion explains both addiction and idolatry, the mind confusing the symbol of satisfaction for the source itself. Awareness loosens the grip. Meditation, art, and therapy all retrain valuation circuits, teaching the brain to distribute beauty across moments rather than hoard it in objects. Culturally, desire governs economies and ideologies alike. Advertising engineers stimulus-response loops that keep dopamine cycling, promising novelty faster than contentment can form. Algorithms learn our cravings, reflecting them until choice narrows into compulsion. But the same technology, when approached consciously, can amplify higher desires: curiosity, learning, collective empathy. The moral frontier of the digital age is not abstinence from desire, but literacy in it, knowing which impulses deserve amplification and which demand silence. Philosophers from Spinoza to Simone Weil argued that desire becomes ethical when directed toward growth beyond the self. Spinoza called it conatus, the innate striving of every being to persevere in its essence. Weil saw attention, the quiet form of love, as the purest desire to behold without grasping. Psychology now echoes them. Acts of generosity activate reward pathways while lowering stress hormones. Altruism, biologically speaking, feels good because it ensures survival of the group that ensures survival of the individual. Desire, when widened, becomes sustenance for civilization. In creativity, the shadow transforms into illumination. The writer's block, the inventor's frustration, the musician's restlessness, all signal friction between vision and limitation. That friction generates heat, and heat forges form. Studies on flow states reveal that optimal performance arises when challenge slightly exceeds skill, keeping dopamine cycling between expectation and mastery. Desire thus calibrates growth. Too little, and skill atrophies; too much, and chaos reigns. The artist learns to live on the edge of longing, translating tension into beauty. Desire's mirror image is contentment, yet the two are not enemies. True contentment is not absence of wanting, but awareness of its rhythm. It allows desire to arise and dissolve without judgment. Mindfulness practices that cultivate this attitude, observing craving as passing sensation, activate the prefrontal limbic pathway that regulates impulse. Over time, the brain learns to experience wanting as energy rather than command. The person still desires, but chooses consciously which currents to follow. Socially, entire eras can be defined by collective desire. The Renaissance burned with longing for knowledge. The Industrial Revolution desired power over nature. The digital age desires connection and immediacy. Each stage expands capability while exposing emptiness. Humanity advances by chasing its own reflection until awareness catches up. Moral progress, then, is desire educated by empathy. On a personal level, desire functions as feedback from the unconscious. What we crave often reveals what we lack in integration, recognition of creativity, safety, or belonging. Examining desire becomes a form of self-inquiry. Psychotherapists use this approach to guide clients from surface wants to core needs, transforming "I must have" into "I wish to understand." The energy remains, its direction changes. Ultimately, the shadow of desire is the shadow of life itself, the evidence that consciousness is unfinished. To want is to acknowledge potential, to admit that existence invites participation. When we chase blindly, desire enslaves. When we chase knowingly, it educates. The shadow cannot be erased, only illuminated from within. The wise learn to dance with longing, to let it pull them toward creation but not consume the rhythm. In every breath, desire rises and falls, tracing the same curve as the tide, the heartbeat, the universe's own expansion and return. To live well is not to conquer desire, but to converse with it, to ask each day, "What is this wanting trying to teach me?" In the answer, fleeting yet luminous, the self glimpses its next form. Dreams are the nightly theatre of the mind, a stage where logic takes new form and emotion becomes architecture. Each night, as consciousness drifts from the rhythms of waking life, the brain turns inward, weaving fragments of memory, sensation, and imagination into private cinema. What appears chaotic to daylight reason follows its own order, an internal grammar written in image rather than word. To understand the logic of dreams is to glimpse how the brain rehearses meaning when no one is watching. Neuroscience identifies dreaming primarily with rapid eye movement, REM, sleep, a period when brain activity mirrors wakefulness even as the body lies still. Electroencephalography shows bursts of beta waves across the pons, amygdala, and visual cortex. The prefrontal regions that regulate logic relax, allowing associations to flow freely. Meanwhile, the limbic system, the seat of emotion, amplifies. The result is a state where feeling directs imagery and symbols replace sentences. The dream world is therefore emotional truth rendered as metaphor. In this paradoxical state, the default mode network, responsible for self-referential thought, remains active, which explains why most dreams still center on I. Yet boundaries blur. Identity morphs fluidly from self to observer to stranger. Memory fragments are rearranged, producing what researchers call hyper-associative thinking, connections unconstrained by logic but rich with insight. Artists often describe awakening from dreams with solutions to problems that resisted waking analysis. The brain, freed from linear thought, experiments without fear of error. Freud framed dreams as the royal road to the unconscious, expressions of repressed desire coded in symbol. Modern neuroscience reframes that idea. Dreams do reveal hidden emotion, but through consolidation rather than disguise. During sleep, the hippocampus replays memories while the amygdala adjusts their emotional charge. By re-experiencing events in symbolic form, the brain integrates feeling and fact. Dreams, then, are not secrets to decode, but processes of healing and rehearsal. Experiments using brain imaging confirm this role. When subjects dream of stressful events, activity in the amygdala decreases over successive nights. The narrative may vary. Chase becomes flood, argument becomes storm, but the emotion dissipates. Psychologists call this fear extinction through REM simulation. Nightmares are the rehearsal running too hot. Ordinary dreams complete the play peacefully. Each night's cycle of images is an emotional tuning, aligning body and mind for the next day. Yet dreams also invent. The creative link between REM sleep and problem-solving is well documented. The chemist Auguste Kekulé dreamed of a snake biting its tail and awoke with the vision of the benzene ring. Composers and writers across centuries report melodies or scenes delivered in sleep. Neuroscience suggests why. the temporary suspension of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, our internal sensor, allows novelty without judgment. Creativity blossoms where critique rests. Symbolism, the language of dreams, bridges emotion and intellect. A locked door may represent frustration, a vast ocean the unknown, a forgotten conversation the unfinished task of the heart. But symbols are personal lexicons shaped by memory. While cultures share archetypes, flight as freedom, darkness as fear, the specific meanings evolve from experience. Dream interpretation, responsibly practiced, is less about universal codebooks than self-reflection, asking what emotion the image carries rather than what dictionary it fits. From a physiological perspective, dreaming also maintains cognition. REM sleep supports memory consolidation by strengthening neural connections related to learning. Studies show that students deprived of REM perform worse on pattern recognition and emotional comprehension tasks. The dreaming brain, far from idle, is a nocturnal tutor, replaying lessons until they settle into long-term storage. Each dream sequence contributes a brushstroke to the larger portrait of understanding. Philosophically, dreams reveal the plasticity of reality. Within them, impossible events feel coherent until awakening exposes contradiction. This instability mirrors waking life more than we admit. Perception itself is a controlled hallucination. Sensory prediction refined by feedback. Dreaming removes feedback, leaving pure prediction. The mind becomes its own universe, proving that experience depends less on external input than on internal construction. The logic of dreams is therefore the prototype of consciousness itself. Culturally, dreams have always served as portals to insight. Indigenous traditions viewed them as conversations with spirit. Ancient civilizations used them for divination. Modern psychology reclaims them as windows into emotion. Despite differing metaphors, all traditions agree on one principle. Dreams reveal what waking life conceals through distraction. In the hush of sleep, the subconscious speaks its unfiltered dialect of image and rhythm. Emotionally, the dream world restores balance. Positive dreams reinforce attachment and creativity. Negative dreams warn or cleanse. The anterior cingulate cortex, which mediates conflict, shows synchronized patterns during REM, suggesting the mind rehearses resolution even in sleep. People who journal dreams often report improved mood and problem-solving, not because interpretation grants prophecy, but because reflection completes integration. Writing transforms the ephemeral into awareness. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, knowing one dreams while still asleep, illustrates the bridge between chaos and control. In such states, the prefrontal cortex partially reactivates, allowing deliberate choice within the dream. Practitioners describe it as consciousness learning to swim inside imagination. Researchers explore lucid dreaming as therapy for nightmares and as training ground for creativity. It demonstrates that even in fantasy, awareness can cultivate harmony rather than domination. Ultimately, the logic of dreams is not opposed to waking reason, but complementary. Daylight thought organizes, night thought synthesizes. The conscious mind analyzes detail. The dreaming mind restores wholeness. Each depends on the other, like inhale and exhale. To ignore dreams is to neglect half of cognition's rhythm. When we wake, fragments fade, but their influence lingers in mood, intuition, sudden clarity. The dream does not end at dawn. It diffuses into the choices of the day. Perhaps that is its truest logic, to remind the waking world that imagination is not escape from reality, but rehearsal for understanding it. The dreamer, whether asleep or awake, continues the same experiment, the mind learning to make meaning from mystery. Dreams begin where reason pauses, yet they end by shaping reason itself. What unfolds in the darkness of sleep quietly determines what awakens in the light. A mood, an idea, a decision whose origin feels spontaneous, but was in truth rehearsed. The dreaming brain is not a theatre for escape, but a workshop for adaptation. Every image, however strange, is a conversation between memory and imagination negotiating tomorrow's meaning. Neuroscience continues to uncover how this conversation takes place. During REM sleep, the hippocampus, keeper of episodic memory, communicates with the neocortex, replaying experiences while blending them with abstract thought. At the same time, the amygdala modulates emotion, and the anterior cingulate cortex evaluates conflict. Together, these structures create a feedback loop. Feeling reshapes memory. Memory reshapes feeling. The dream is that dialogue made visible. In this state, the brain's chemical environment changes dramatically. Levels of acetylcholine rise, stimulating imagery and narrative flow, while serotonin and norepinephrine dip, reducing inhibition. The combination produces vivid sensory detail without the linear constraints of logic. When people report the surreal coherence of dreams, where impossible events make perfect sense, it reflects this altered chemistry. The brain, freed from the rules of waking consciousness, tests alternative realities for emotional truth. This experimentation is essential for creativity. Cognitive studies show that individuals who report frequent vivid dreaming score higher on measures of divergent thinking, the ability to generate multiple solutions to a problem. Dreaming acts as simulation training for innovation. The mind, unbound by practicality, rehearses combinations that waking thought would dismiss. Many breakthroughs, from artistic motifs to scientific hypotheses, emerge from this nocturnal laboratory. The logic of dreams is not irrational, it is pre-rational, the soil from which reason later grows. Cultural history mirrors this insight. Ancient Egyptians viewed dreams as messages from the gods. The Greeks built temples for incubation, sleeping inside sacred spaces to invite divine guidance. In these traditions, dream logic carried authority precisely because it transcended human planning. Today, psychology interprets that same experience as the subconscious processing emotional data beyond verbal reach. The function remains identical. Revelation through surrender. Dreams also play a quiet role in emotional regulation. Studies using polysomnography show that people deprived of REM sleep display heightened anxiety, irritability, and poor impulse control. By allowing the brain to re-experience emotion in symbolic form, dreaming diffuses its intensity. A grief-stricken person may dream of a long journey or a distant voice. The story may not console directly, yet the body wakes calmer. The narrative has performed its ritual of release. The logic here is biochemical compassion, the brain caring for itself through metaphor. Memory benefits in similar fashion. In the hours following learning, newly formed synapses remain fragile. During sleep, slow-wave phases stabilize them, and REM sequences integrate them into broader networks. Dreaming, with its associative imagery, is the mind's rehearsal of recall. The next day's insight, when a fact suddenly clicks or a pattern becomes clear, is often the residue of this nocturnal editing. The dream distilled data into understanding. Philosophically, dreams challenge the boundary between self and world. Within them, perception creates its own environment, proving that experience does not require external input to feel real. The dreamer becomes both creator and participant, observing a universe that exists only as long as it is imagined. This realization echoes into waking consciousness. Reality itself depends on interpretation. The difference between dreaming and waking may be less about substance than consensus. Lucid dreaming offers a bridge between these states. When awareness dawns within the dream, the prefrontal cortex re-engages just enough for deliberate influence without destroying the flow. Practitioners use this condition to explore creativity, overcome recurring nightmares, or simply witness the architecture of the mind at play. Scientific monitoring of lucid dreamers, who can signal awareness through pre-agreed eye movements, confirms that consciousness can exist in graded layers rather than binary states. Awareness, it seems, is a spectrum, and dreaming maps its middle ground. Psychologically, dream imagery often compensates for what waking life suppresses. Carl Jung described this as the principle of balance. When consciousness leans too heavily toward logic or persona, the unconscious counterbalances with symbols of emotion and shadow. The over-rational dreamer encounters chaos. The over-emotional sees order. Dreams thus act as nightly equilibrium, restoring psychic symmetry. Modern studies support this intuition, showing that people under stress experience dreams that integrate rather than mirror anxiety, proof of the mind's drive toward coherence. Cultural symbolism continues this balancing act collectively. Shared myths, floods, rebirths, ascents are humanity's communal dreams recurring across civilizations as archetypal solutions to collective emotion. In this sense, art and religion function as daylight extensions of dream logic. Every painting, poem, or ritual externalizes inner narrative so that societies can remember together what individuals forget alone. The dreamer and the storyteller are different roles within the same organism of imagination. Technologically, new research on targeted memory reactivation allows scientists to cue dreams by playing specific sounds during sleep. The results show that dreaming can be guided gently, reinforcing learning or emotional processing. Though still experimental, these studies hint at future therapies for trauma and cognitive decline. Yet they also raise ethical questions. If dreams shape identity, should they ever be engineered? The inquiry itself illustrates humanity's endless curiosity about its own hidden workshop. Spiritually, dreams remind us that consciousness extends beyond utility. In the stillness of sleep, stripped of performance, the mind rehearses its most primal act, imagining itself into existence. Whether one calls that soul, psyche, or pattern of energy, the experience feels intimate and infinite at once. Every dream, however mundane, affirms the brain's innate artistry, the ability to generate worlds from silence. When morning arrives, the fragments dissolve, leaving traces that guide instinct. A sudden decision, an unexpected calm, a melody hummed without source. These are dream residues translated into daylight. The logic of dreams thus continues to govern waking life, invisible yet constant. It reminds us that thinking and feeling are not opposites but collaborators, that the rational mind rests each night in the arms of imagination to remember how to be whole. To honor dreams is to honor the unseen labor of the psyche, the quiet craftsman who, while we sleep, rebuilds meaning from the debris of experience. Every dawn is proof of that restoration. Consciousness reopens its eyes, not as the same observer who closed them, but as one slightly redesigned by the architecture of the night. Fear is the body's oldest language. Long before thought learned to name danger, the heartbeat had already quickened and the muscles had already tightened. Across eons of evolution, fear became the alarm system that kept organisms alive, a reflex encoded in the marrow of existence. Every creature that breathes carries this inheritance, a silent guardian that leaps to attention at the first hint of threat. In the human brain, fear originates deep within the amygdala, two almond-shaped clusters that act as sentinels for survival. When they detect potential danger, real or imagined, they trigger a cascade through the hypothalamus and autonomic nervous system. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream, sharpening senses and redirecting energy from digestion to defense. Pupils widen, muscles prime, and the heart becomes both drum and signal. This ancient choreography unfolds in milliseconds, often before awareness understands why. The body knows first. Consciousness arrives later to interpret the tremor. Neuroscientists describe fear as a prediction error, the brain forecasting threat faster than it can confirm it. The hippocampus provides context, comparing new stimuli to stored memories, while the prefrontal cortex evaluates accuracy. When communication between these regions is balanced, fear informs caution. When misfired or overlearned, it fuels anxiety. Evolution favored the false alarm. Better to mistake the wind for a predator than the predator for wind. Modern life, however, surrounds us with symbolic winds that never end, keeping the alarm humming even in safety. Psychologically, fear functions as teacher and sculptor. It draws boundaries around experience, defining where comfort ends and growth begins. Exposure therapy, one of psychology's most effective treatments, works by guiding individuals to face controlled doses of fear, allowing the brain to relearn safety. Each encounter rewrites the neural script. The amygdala's signal weakens. The prefrontal cortex gains authority. Fear unlearned becomes confidence remembered. Culturally, fear has always been both currency and compass. Ancient myths personified it as gods and monsters, the Sphinx, the Furies, the shadows at the world's edge. Such figures externalized inner emotion, giving societies a way to discuss danger without being consumed by it. Modern equivalents persist in films, headlines, and digital feeds, collective storytelling that rehearses peril so we might master it imaginatively. The popularity of suspense and thrill reflects not morbidity but rehearsal, safe simulation of the unknown to strengthen resilience against the real. Biochemically, fear reshapes perception. Under its influence, the locus coeruleus releases norepinephrine, narrowing attention to the source of threat. Time seems to slow because the brain captures more data per second, later replayed as stretched duration. Colors sharpen, sound distorts, and memory imprints with unusual clarity. This heightened awareness once guided survival in the wild. Today, it anchors moments of crisis in indelible recall. The same mechanism that protected ancestors on the savannah now records modern emergencies in high resolution. Yet fear is not solely defensive. It is also creative. Artists and innovators often trace inspiration to anxiety's edge, where uncertainty demands new solutions. The physiological arousal that accompanies fear overlaps with excitement. The distinction lies in interpretation. When the mind reads adrenaline as opportunity, fear transforms into focus. This shift, mediated by the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, reclassifies threat as challenge. Courage is not absence of fear, but conversation with it. Philosophically, fear reveals the fragility of self-image. It confronts the illusion of control, reminding consciousness that it occupies a body subject to impermanence. Existentialist thinkers called this confrontation the anxiety of being. Yet within that discomfort lies authenticity. By acknowledging vulnerability, one touches the raw core of awareness. The trembling that fear provokes is also proof of life, the pulse announcing, "I am still here." Socially, shared fear binds as much as it divides. Communities coalesce around perceived threats, forming identity through defense. Throughout history, leaders have manipulated this instinct, amplifying danger to unify or control. Recognizing this pattern is essential civic literacy. Fear appeals to instinct before reason can intervene. Education, empathy, and cross-cultural understanding expand the prefrontal cortex's role in collective decision-making, cooling the reflex before it hardens into prejudice. Within the individual, Chronic fear reconfigures physiology. Persistent stress keeps cortisol levels elevated, impairing immunity and memory. The hippocampus, bathed in stress hormones, gradually loses volume, reducing contextual processing and reinforcing hypervigilance. The cycle sustains itself until awareness interrupts it through mindfulness, therapy, or rest. Practices that activate the parasympathetic nervous system, slow breathing, music, safe connection, retrain the body to distinguish present from past. Safety must be relearned, not assumed. Dream research extends this insight into the nocturnal mind. Nightmares rehearse danger in symbolic form, allowing the amygdala to recalibrate. Lucid dreamers who face their fears within sleep report lasting calm upon waking. The brain uses imagination as laboratory once more, testing courage in simulation. What daytime cannot resolve, night often rehearses. Fear's paradox is that it protects what it threatens. Without it, risk would lose meaning and survival would falter. But when it governs unchecked, it becomes the very danger it warns against. The challenge of modern consciousness is to restore proportion, to feel fear as signal, not sentence. Mindfulness reframes its surge as information. Art translates its tension into expression. Science decodes its circuits into understanding. Through awareness, the ancient alarm becomes contemporary wisdom. Ultimately, fear is the guardian of attention. It teaches the mind to notice, to value, to protect. In its shadow, courage learns shape. In its echo, compassion awakens. When fear rises, it whispers the oldest truth in the nervous system's vocabulary, that life is precious, and awareness of risk is awareness of worth. The goal is not to silence that whisper, but to learn its grammar, to speak fear fluently enough that it no longer shouts. Fear is not the enemy of wisdom, it is its origin. Every insight humanity has gained about safety, ethics, and survival began as a response to uncertainty. From the first spark of fire to the construction of cities, fear whispered possibilities disguised as warnings. It asked the early mind, what if the darkness hides something? In answering, we built light. Fear's shadow, when examined rather than fled, reveals the blueprint of progress. In the architecture of decision-making, fear occupies the foundation. The amygdala signals urgency. The insula translates that urgency into sensation, a tightening of the chest, a flutter of the stomach. The prefrontal cortex, seat of reasoning, then interprets these messages, measuring cost against benefit. This collaboration forms what psychologists call the fear circuit, a system evolved to balance reflex with reflection. When the circuit functions harmoniously, fear sharpens discernment. When it dominates unchecked, logic dissolves into panic. The dance between these regions determines whether fear becomes protection or paralysis. Cognitive science reveals that fear is rarely about the present moment. Instead, it is the projection of memory into the future. The hippocampus retrieves past danger to anticipate repetition. This predictive function once ensured survival, but in modern complexity, it often misfires, generating anxiety over abstract threats, failure, rejection, loss of control. Awareness retrains this loop. By anchoring perception to the present, mindfulness interrupts memory's speculation. Breathing, the most ancient rhythm, becomes negotiation between evolution and awareness. On the social scale, fear molds culture's ethics. Laws emerge from collective attempts to contain danger. Rituals evolve to appease the unknown. Early societies treated storms or disease as moral messages, externalizing fear into myth. As knowledge advanced, superstition receded, but the instinct remained, the impulse to explain unease through narrative. Even now, misinformation thrives because fear demands story. Understanding this dynamic offers compassion rather than contempt for those consumed by it. To confront fear collectively, one must provide not only facts, but belonging. Economically and politically, fear acts as accelerant. Crises mobilize innovation, vaccines, safety protocols, environmental reform. Yet when fear exceeds information, it breeds control. The difference lies in communication, whether leaders translate fear into focus or exploitation. History's progress can be measured by how societies manage collective anxiety, through empathy or through division. The amygdala, scaled up to civilization, mirrors its individual counterpart, sensitive, reactive, trainable through trust. Art and philosophy transform fear into reflection. The trembling that once drove bodies to hide now drives minds to create. Horror, suspense, tragedy. These genres externalize inner turbulence so audiences can confront it safely. Neuroscientific studies show that even imagined fear triggers the same pathways as real threat, yet with controlled resolution. The catharsis Aristotle described finds biological confirmation, emotional rehearsal that strengthens resilience. In this way, culture becomes the nervous system of humanity processing fear together. Creativity also uses fear as compass. Every artist, scientist or explorer faces the anxiety of uncertainty, the blank page, the unknown formula, the uncharted terrain. This discomfort, when endured, refines intuition. Psychologist Rollo May called it the courage to create, defining courage not as absence of fear, but as engagement with it. The brain mirrors this dynamic. Moderate stress heightens dopaminergic activity, improving focus and problem solving. Too little stimulation breeds apathy, too much collapses thought. Mastery lies in surfing fear's curve, where alertness peaks before panic. Spiritually, fear marks the boundary between self and surrender. Mystics across traditions describe moments of awe, where vastness feels both beautiful and terrifying, as encounters with the sacred. The same neural patterns appear whether one faces nature's immensity or contemplates mortality. The amygdala activates, but the prefrontal cortex soon dampens it with wonder. This transformation from fear to reverence rewires perception. The universe once hostile becomes intimate, its scale a reminder not of insignificance but participation. Within the psyche, fear also guards integrity. Moral fear, the apprehension of causing harm, preserves empathy. When functioning healthily, this sensitivity promotes conscience. When distorted, it manifests as guilt or shame. The challenge of maturation lies in distinguishing constructive fear, which guides compassion, from paralyzing fear, which enforces self-condemnation. Therapy and reflection reassign these boundaries, allowing fear to resume its rightful place as sentinel rather than jailer. Biologically, confronting fear reshapes the brain. Each act of bravery, however small, strengthens pathways between the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, reducing future reactivity. The process resembles physical training. Exposure builds tolerance, repetition builds mastery. This neuroplasticity proves that courage is not a fixed trait, but a learned coordination between instinct and intention. The firefighter entering smoke, the speaker stepping before a crowd, the child facing darkness, all enact the same rewiring, transforming alarm into alignment. In group behavior, shared fear paradoxically generates empathy. When disaster strikes, strangers cooperate, mirroring each other's distress through mirror neurons that translate observation into feeling. Evolution equipped humanity with compassion as counterbalance to terror. Fear unites when individuals recognize vulnerability as common denominator. The more societies acknowledge this truth, the less fear needs to disguise itself as aggression. Empathy, at its core, is fear understood outwardly. Philosophically, fear defines freedom. Without the possibility of loss, choice would carry no weight. Existentialists argued that the anxiety accompanying decision is evidence of autonomy. Neuroscience echoes this. The anterior insula, activated during risk, integrates emotion with foresight, allowing moral reasoning to emerge. To feel fear while choosing is to feel alive while responsible. Each moment of trembling before action signals participation in life's experiment. When fear becomes chronic, awareness offers remedy. Practices such as meditation, slow movement, and communal dialogue calm the sympathetic nervous system, returning equilibrium to the heart. Gratitude and laughter release endorphins that neutralize cortisol, proving that safety can be self-generated. The body learns that calm is not the absence of danger, but the presence of trust. Fear then returns to its original role, messenger, not master. Ultimately, the anatomy of fear reveals a paradox at the heart of consciousness. The emotion that warns against death also intensifies life. It reminds the organism of its fragility, sharpening appreciation for every heartbeat it defends. Evolution carved fear into us as survival's tool. Wisdom reshapes it into awareness's ally. In recognizing fear's architecture, we glimpse the blueprint of courage, the same structure, illuminated differently. Fear will never vanish, nor should it. Its purpose is not to end, but to evolve with understanding. To live without fear would be to live without alertness, without wonder. The goal, then, is harmony. To let fear move through us like weather, cleansing, instructing, then passing. In its wake remains clarity, the calm after the storm, the silence where gratitude takes root. There, awareness breathes freely, not fearless, but free.